Johnny, can you hear me? Johnny? Johnny, test, 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 test 1, 2, test, 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 test 1, 2, test, test, test.
Good morning, actually afternoon. I think it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sarah Anderson. I am the interim dean and a professor here at the Bren School. And we're very glad to have all of you here today for the Mantell Symposium in Environmental Justice and Conservation Innovation. Thank you so much for coming to be with us here today. You'll see me again as a moderator on one of the panels a little bit later. But I'm just really happy to be here because this is a program that I'm very excited about. The Mantell Fellows Program has just been such a delight to work on, to watch grow, to engage with over summers and all the way into the year. And so it's wonderful to be here in this celebration of all that has been done this year. As we begin this symposium, I just want to acknowledge that the Chumash people, who are the traditional custodians of the place we all are now, and where the university is, we pay our respects to those Chumash elders, past, present, and future, who are the stewards of this land, and they hold all the memories and the traditions and the culture of this place, and they are partners in our learning here. And so as we go into this day of thinking about environmental justice, thinking about conservation, we hold that in our minds. We have been really working continuously as the Bren School to strengthen our commitment to environmental justice, to conservation innovation, because our motto is we solve environmental problems, and this is key to solving environmental problems. And through generous gifts in honor of Michael, where's Michael sitting? Right there. In honor of Michael Mantell's legacy at the Resources Legacy Fund. So for those of you who don't know the history, this was enabled by all of the people who thought that what Michael had done over the course of his career was amazing, and giving in his honor. And so we really are grateful to those folks who made this possible, and to Michael for having done such great work to make them want to make this possible. And so that's why we're here today, and we use this program to just empower students from all sorts of communities, lots of diverse communities who are pursuing environmental science and management. What we do is we pair in this program undergraduate students with graduate students over a summer. So for about 10 weeks, they work together, and a lot of you know this because you did it this summer, but not everybody knows it. So they work together for 10 weeks over the summer in a really close partnership on a project. Sometimes that is actually the project that PhD students have undertaken and want to engage an undergraduate in that research. Sometimes it's a project with a partner who has something they really want to accomplish but maybe can't quite get to it, and we can join with them over the summer, put those students to work on that project and really accomplish something in the summer. This summer we had 31 student fellows working across 15 projects, so that's a lot. And then our graduate student fellows get training in how to be an inclusive, effective mentor. We know that takes effort and commitment and thought, and so we really take the time to try to make those mentor-mentee relationships into something that's productive for everyone. And our undergraduate fellows over the summer participate in a whole series of professional development workshops, things like interviewing and negotiating, top tips for science presentations, kind of what skills do you need to be able to navigate your job search and your career. And so we had a whole series this summer. I want to say thank you to Renee Marshall, who ran the program for us this summer. She's one of our PhD students. As you can hear, she was instrumental. She had developed relationships with all of our students in the program and actually made it happen over the summer. So thank you very much, Renee. We really, really appreciate that. The students on these projects, I said they might have worked with partners. I want to just list a bunch of partners because it's kind of remarkable, the wide range of partners in this project. So we had partnerships with the Nature Conservancy, with Tillamook, who you'll hear about, with White Buffalo Land Trust, with the Monterey Aquarium, with 805 Undocument Fund, with the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. These students were all over the place, from terrestrial to ocean, and with partnerships. So it was a very exciting summer. And together with all those groups and our other partnerships, we are just supporting this next generation of environmental leaders and trying to think, how do we launch them with professional development, with mentorship, with research experience, with job experience, to develop this next generation. So it's pretty exciting, and I think it's working, which is really wonderful. We now have 4 years under our belt, so we can kind of look back on it, and we've had nearly 150 Bell Fellows over these 4 years. It's added up, and I appreciate our team for being able to count this, but over 40,000 hours of time put toward these projects for partners, which is pretty incredible. A bunch of projects and almost $750,000 of student support. So ways to help our students get through summer, getting to do things that are really productive for them. And so that is amazing. And it's also doing one of the things that we hope it will do, which is encourage students to think about graduate school as a pathway. We've had, I think, 8 or 9 go into graduate school from there, and about, is it 6 to the Bren School now? So that is also exciting because we're building this whole structure through this program. If you get excited today, come talk to us, because there are so many opportunities within this program to engage, whether you're a partner or a friend of the Bren School. We're really pleased that you're here. So here's our plan for the day. We're going to hear from a lot of our fellows. Each of the panels will have a couple of the fellows on it, a partner, a moderator, and they'll have a conversation in each panel. And then at the end, we're going to go out to the courtyard. And in the courtyard, some of our community partners will be there, and the students will be there with posters of what they did for the summer, so you can get a full view of what happened this summer and at that reception. So we'll invite you at the very end to join us out there in the courtyard. Please turn off your phones. If you need a restroom, try to go between, and it's diagonally across our courtyard. If you haven't been here before, just head diagonally. I think that's most of the nuts and bolts. I'm really looking forward to hearing about all of these experiences that students have had. I can see the first panel in the front row going, can we? But before we do that, I actually want to introduce to you Leslie Figueroa, who is running this show today. So Leslie is actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to talk about you for a minute. So you're just going to have to, she is one of our, she is a success story from this program. She was in the first cohort of fellows as an undergraduate. And she is running the Mantell Symposium. And so it's just really fun. I skipped a step. Then she came to the Bren School as a PhD student. I forgot that part, which is amazing. And now she's running the Mantell Symposium. So she, I think, exemplifies this journey that we hope that our students are on with us. And so I'm really glad to introduce Leslie and to thank her for all the work she did, all of the emails that those of you, her panelists, got from her, all of the organization that she did. Really appreciate it. And she's going to take a moment to introduce our keynote speaker to you. So with that, please welcome, or actually, let's just have this be a full round of thanking Leslie.
Thank you, Sarah. You actually stole a little bit of my speech, but I'll let it slide. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. As Sarah said, my name is Leslie Figueroa. I'm a third-year PhD student here at the Bren School. It's been a pleasure planning and coordinating for this symposium. And thank you so much to the Bell team for your support, Patty, Lotus, Sarah, and Renee. I couldn't have done this without you. As Sarah mentioned, I was part of the first cohort back in 2022 as an undergrad fellow. And now here I am coordinating the Mantell Symposium, who would have thought? But I really do value this program because it actually led me to meet my now faculty advisor, Steve Gaines. So although it might seem like a small impact, it is actually big for at least my career path. So I'm really grateful, and I'm glad to be giving back a few years after. But yeah, I hope you're just as excited as I am to hear about our Bell Fellows and our keynote speaker, Jim Enotes. So it is my privilege to introduce him. Jim is a Zuni tribal member, lifelong farmer, CEO of the Colorado Plateau Foundation. He also is the chair of the Board of Trustees for the Grand Canyon Trust, board member of the Trust for Mutual Understanding, and serves on the governing council for the Wildness Society. Formerly, he served as the board of the Jesse Smith Noyes Foundation. Jim is also a National Geographic Society explorer, a New Mexico Community Luminaria, a Carnegie Foundation Senior Fellow. Jim's service over the past 45 years includes assignments for various organizations, both domestic and international, encompassing natural resources, cultural resources, philanthropy, and arts. Now, as the CEO of the Colorado Plateau Foundation, Jim plans, directs, and evaluates the foundation's finances, grant-making program, fundraising efforts, communications, employee success, strategies, and partnerships. As a fundraiser and educator to the philanthropic community, Jim connects, engages, and leverages funding to support regional issues on the Colorado Plateau. Now, please join me in welcoming Jim Enote.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to have this opportunity to roast my dear friend, Michael Mantell. Oh, no, wait, this is the Mantell Symposium. Oh, sorry about that. This is something different. But it's an honor to join you here at UC Santa Barbara. So thank you, Dr. Anderson and Leslie, for those generous introductions. And thank you to the faculty, the students, and donors, of course, who made this gathering possible. So now, before I begin, I should warn you, I'm not going to open with some statistics about biodiversity loss with some arrows pointing to circles, pointing to other arrows, and so on. Instead, while I appreciate those, but instead I want to begin with a story. But maybe first some backstory. I arrived yesterday from my home in Zuni, New Mexico. It's a place located on the Colorado Plateau. And the Colorado Plateau is a geographic, geomorphic, geophysical area that's about 83% the size of the state of California. And it encompasses northern New Mexico, northern Arizona, parts of Utah, and parts of Colorado. It's a place which is my home. And my homeland straddles actually Arizona and New Mexico. It consists of the Grand Canyon, Chaco Canyon, Arches National Monument, all those beautiful places that you've probably flown over but didn't realize so much what's there. It's a unique and beautiful place. It's a place that is high and dry. So where I live, it's between 6,000 and 8,000 feet, and where humidity is often in the single digits. And so when you're washing your clothes and hanging them up on a clothesline, and you get to the end of your line, you're hanging your shirt and maybe your baggy underwear, whatever it is, when you get to the end of the clothesline, you can go back to the beginning and start taking them down, because they'll be dry. They'll be dry already. It's really arid. You get chapped lips and things like that. But you drink a lot of water. It's a place that is also the crucible for North American agriculture. This place where chilies and corns and beans and many things have grown from. It's a place also where I am a 600th generation resident. And yes, I live in my hometown. And so I live within 2 minutes of every living and dead relative. So that also makes me the family bail bondsman, loan shark, counselor, other things. So on with the story. So when I was a boy, maybe 7 years old, maybe 6, I was helping in our family's corn, bean, and onion fields. And one late afternoon, my grandfather told me, pick an armload of onions for the dinner. And we had a big family. And in our home, we had about 23 people in our home. That included great-grandparents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, a lot of people in a big house. So whenever the women, it's very matriarchal and matrilineal. And so whenever the woman would take a partner, the man would join the home, and they just add a room. So we had big families. So Grandpa said, go get some onions. So I was ambitious. I probably pulled about 100 onions up, all with their green tops, and I gathered them in my arms. But I carried them towards our pickup truck, and I just kept dropping them. They were falling, and I tried to pick them up again. They're slipping, falling, rolling away. And my grandfather watched for a little bit, kind of looking sideways at me. And he said, put them down, just put them down. So he walked over to a nearby yucca plant. And he took out his pocket knife, which he always carried with him. And he cut some yucca plants into long strands and very deftly just tied them together. And he wrapped them around the onions, tied them up in a very neat bundle. And then he handed the bundle to me, and he said, one of the first things that we must learn as human beings is how to tie things together. So that simple lesson has stayed with me all my life. It's a metaphor for everything I do as a farmer, as an artist, or as someone working in conservation and in philanthropy. The hard part for me isn't just growing crops, or even creating something that's never been made before, or funding worthy initiatives. The hard thing is learning how to tie things together. I'm going to keep saying that, how to tie things together. And that's what I want to talk about today. It's how environmental conservation, justice, and innovation are bound together. We need to discover, once again, the importance of tying things together, because it was at one time one of the first things that we all learned to do. How did we get untied? So somewhere along the way, our systems began to separate things, almost everything. Oceans here, forest there, economy in one box, culture in another, science in one silo, spirituality in another. And back when I was a natural resource director for the Zuni tribe, I remember showing my mother a GIS map that I had created. And I was all proud. It had contour lines and polygons of all shapes and colors on it. And I showed her where our field was. And I showed her, and she said, well, it doesn't make any sense. And I said, well, you have to remember you're looking down on the land just like if you were a bird. And her reply was, but I'm not a bird. Well, she was right, of course. And what I had done is I separated my idea of mapping from her way of knowing the land. All the separation that we do was not accidental. It grew from a worldview that said if we can understand the parts, we can control the whole. That logic gave us remarkable progress. Medicine, technologies of different kinds, clean water, and democracy. But it also gave us an era where the planet's lungs are on fire and species are vanishing faster than ever. So how did we arrive here? So let me offer another story, one that connects to this idea of seeing and knowing. Imagine walking across the Colorado Plateau at dusk. The mesas hold their heat. The wind is soft. And you are within the last colors of day. You turn on a small lamp to see your path. You already know this place, but suddenly the lamp shows details you hadn't noticed before. Maybe a lizard's tracks, maybe a shining of some quartz, and maybe some unseen textures of boulders. At that moment, using light to see in new ways echoes what historians call the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment. In Europe a few centuries ago, people began to question authority and tradition. They used reason, science, and evidence to illuminate the world. They believed truth could be discovered, not only inherited. That lamp of reason changed everything. It gave us modern science, human rights, and democracy. But there's another lamp, one that has been burning far longer. It's the lamp of relationships. It's the light carried by farmers, by families, and native peoples who have tended land and water for generations. Their light doesn't shine to conquer darkness. It glows to reveal connection. It reminds us that knowing the world isn't just about thinking harder. It's about listening and seeing deeper. So here we are today, between these two lamps. One is powered by reason, the other by relationship. One sees patterns in data, the other sees meaning in belonging. And the future depends on carrying these two lamps together. So how do we do that? How do we tie things together in conservation, justice, and innovation? First, we start with a place. Every landscape, every coastline, every watershed has its own memory, its own pattern language. Solutions must begin with those places. Second, we support native-led stewardship. Around the world, native communities care for lands and waters that store most of the planet's remaining biodiversity, yet they receive a fraction of the resources. When we support native leadership, co-stewardship, and traditional knowledge, alongside science, the results are noticeable. Fewer major fires, healthier fisheries, and more resilient communities. Third, we change how collaboration works. Instead of treating partnerships as transactions, we can treat them as relationships. That means listening first, trusting partners, and being patient with time. Nature's pace isn't quarterly. It's seasonal. It ages and is generational. Relationships and collaboration, to me, are about co-laboring and co-elaborating. Fourth, we embrace innovation that restores balance. Some of the most promising conservation technologies are centuries old. Fire stewardship, rainwater harvesting, crop rotations, and the meanings behind our oldest languages. Yes, we can combine modern data with ancient patterns. That's innovation too. And finally, we invest in imagination. Policy and science alone can't save us. We need artists, narrators, and youth leaders to tell stories. People who can reimagine the future before we try to engineer it. Imagination is part of the art of persuasion. Because without imagination, strategy is just paperwork. Now, let's talk about justice. Too often, justice is treated as a side note, something we add after the big plan is drafted. But justice isn't a garnish. It's the main ingredient. If conservation work doesn't include justice, it risks becoming just another form of extraction, an assertion of power, and exclusion. True justice asks, who decides what conservation looks like? Who benefits from the outcomes? Who carries the burdens? In Native communities, we talk about reciprocity, not just taking care of the land and sea, but being cared for by it. It's a two-way relationship. Justice also means restoring relationships, not only between people and nature, but also between nations, institutions, and how we care for each other. At the Colorado Plateau Foundation, where I work, we see this every day. When Native-led organizations manage their own conservation initiatives, they don't just protect land and water, they protect languages, traditions, families, and futures. Justice, in this sense, isn't just moral. It's strategic, because you can't have lasting conservation and environmental stewardship on lands where people feel invisible. And I'll say, don't advocate for justice because you feel bad about social history. Sentiments aside, do the justice work because you know it makes sense. Of course, when I talk about tying things together, people sometimes look at me all nervous and like I'm going to ask them to tie some complex knot behind their back or commit to some complex set of shared responsibilities. Tying things together shouldn't be about bureaucracy. It should be about curiosity and doing things differently and better. And let me say that I am trained as a scientist. Yes, I owe a lot to the academy. But I was also schooled by my elders. I once sat in a meeting where a fellow scientist said, "We just need to manage these ecosystems better." And I replied, "We don't need to manage ecosystems. We need to join them." That small shift in language, join instead of manage, is the difference between ownership and belonging, between dominance and participation, between control and joy. And we could all use more joy in this work. So imagine what becomes possible when both lamps are lit and carried together, when reason and relationship walk side by side. We could see a world where ocean scientists work alongside native fishermen, designing marine protections that honor both ecology and culture, where philanthropists measure success not only by acres saved, but by languages spoken and ceremonies continued, where conservation means communities are thriving, not being displaced, where innovation is measured by balance, not speed. The Enlightenment gave humanity the power to understand the world. Now we need an enlightening that helps us remember how to belong to it. I often think of my grandfather that day in the field, the way he cut those yucca strands and tied the onions together. It wasn't just a lesson in farming, it was a lesson in humanity. And today, our arms are full of things that we are trying to hold. Oceans, forests, communities, policies, species, technologies, egos, and loves. And so often they keep slipping through our grasp. Maybe it's time we stop, kneel beside the fields of our own humanity and the parts that we have made complex and learn to tie them together again. Because conservation is not just science, it is a story. It's your story. Justice is not fairness, not just fairness. It is your relationships. And innovation is not just invention. It's imagination tied to your responsibility. So I would love for us to all remember the future will not be built by reason alone or by tradition alone. It will be built by people willing to carry both lamps, to think boldly, listen deeply, and learn to tie things together again. Thank you.
Okay, so I don't use the microphone ever. Great.
Glad I asked. You guys can share that one. I'll share that one. Perfect. This isn't too bad. It's like a lot less interactive. I think it's just like. Mic is on. Sorry, we can just. It is on. Yep. So we can just get another panelist. That's fine.
Okay. All right. Thanks for bearing with us as we went through that transition. Hi, everyone. My name is Chris Free. I'm a research faculty in the Marine Science Institute and a lecturer here in the Bren School. And it's my pleasure to welcome you today to the first panel. And the panel is on Designing Resilient Oceans, Strategies for Marine Protection and Biodiversity Preservation. I'm really excited to introduce you to my panelists in a second, but first I want to sort of set the stage for our conversation today. So I'm really excited about this topic. I think when marine protected areas and marine protection more broadly was first conceived in the 1960s, 1970s, it was really singularly focused on biodiversity protection. But I think over time, and recently in particular, we've started the slow process of trying to tie things together, as Jim so eloquently introduced in the welcoming remarks, and think more holistically about the goals for marine protection, and broadening them to include supporting things like climate resilience, supporting sort of cultural values and heritage, and making sure that conservation is pursued in a way that is equitable and environmentally just. And this illustrious panel up here is experts in that, has been doing work over the summer to help push that forward. And I think it's also really exciting because right in our backyard is the newly designated Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, which is the first tribally sort of put forward National Marine Sanctuary. It's going to be the first tribally co-stewarded sanctuary, and interwoven into its objectives and governance structure is sort of indigenous values and goals and leadership. And many of our panelists have been working on that. So let's start by just quickly introducing the members of the panel. So maybe we can start with Meg over here. Just say your name and give a little description of how your work touches down on this topic.
Hi, everyone. I'm Meg Caldwell. It's so great to see so many colleagues and former colleagues in the room, and I'm honored to be here. I am retired and a grandmother, but my work at the intersection of law, science, and policy, and coastal and ocean conservation, and honoring the fact that a healthy environment is a human right, and an environment has its own intrinsic right to exist and to thrive, is what motivates me. So I worked in academia for almost 21 years at Stanford, and then went to the Packard Foundation, where I worked very closely with Michael Mantell and with a number of you in the room to establish California's network of marine protected areas, to serve on the Coastal Commission, and to serve on the Coastal Conservancy Board. That's enough. I'm handing it over.
Hi everyone, my name is Caroline Smith. I'm a second-year master's student here at the Bren School in the MESM program, and I'm specializing in coastal resource management and strategic environmental communication. And for my group project at Bren, 4 other students at the Bren School and myself are working with the newly designated Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, and we're helping them to conduct their first environmental baseline assessment of sanctuary resources.
Hi everyone, my name is Halia Fleming. I am a third-year environmental science student here at UCSB, and this summer I worked closely with Caroline and also with the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, and our project was focused on conducting a baseline environmental assessment of the sanctuary, but my work over the summer focused on marine mammal presence within the sanctuary.
Hello everyone. Ooh, loud. My name is Allie Kaufman. I'm a fifth-year PhD student here at the Bren School, working with Steve Gaines and co-advised by Darcy Bradley with the Nature Conservancy. And my dissertation mainly focuses on understanding why, where, and how species move and how we can tie that into effective conservation measures, especially in the context of global change.
Hi everyone, my name is Addison Desmond and I'm a fourth year environmental studies student here at UCSB. And this summer I worked with Allie on a project which looked into the unexplored contradictory effects of climate-induced evolution of fish populations within marine protected areas, or MPAs.
Great, thank you all. And unfortunately, Monisha Sugla, who is the lead research biologist for the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary, was agreed to be on the panel, was really excited to be here, but couldn't make it due to the government shutdown. And she was the client for Caroline's GP and Halia's work this summer as well. So she wishes she could be here. But I wanted to start with a question for you, Meg. Given the many hats that you've worn over your career as a professor at Stanford, directing the Center for Ocean Solutions, and working for Packard Foundation, helping to steer ocean conservation, I was hoping you could sort of help us set the scene and tell us what is a protected area, what are the objectives that they often try to achieve, and how might that vary based on context?
I'm so glad you asked this question, because a marine protected area is a Western science and law designation for leaving nature alone for either a designated period of time or in perpetuity. So the whole concept behind letting nature recover on its own and maybe even actively engaging in some restoration work, like removing invasive species on the Channel Islands, for example, and allowing connectivity between land and ocean, is the old concept of what we now call marine protected areas. So really, it was the sort of Western recognition of what indigenous peoples and local communities and fishing communities around the world were doing for centuries already. But now we have kind of a classification system. We talk about from fully protected to other effective conservation measures on the Convention on Biological Diversity. And I guess the main theme, and they're designated for a whole variety of purposes, which you've already discussed, everything from ecological value and protecting particular species and ecosystems like coral reefs, kelp forests, rocky reefs, to protecting cultural resources and cultural heritage and traditions. Shipwrecks even get called marine protected areas, and definitely territories of indigenous peoples like the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary also may get called marine protected areas. There are a huge number of benefits that the scientific community has recorded as coming from these kinds of protections, from fully protected to multi-use, and we can talk about those if you like. One thing I would like to just double down on, though, is this tying together concept that Jim was talking about. What we have not done so well, although we did it a bit with the California Network of Marine Protected Areas, was connecting areas of land that were under various forms of protection, like owned by the state or the federal government, or the indigenous tribal communities and their lands and their stewardship, with the marine protected areas, and really looking at what needed to happen to ensure the continued relationship and connectivity and integrity of those very connected systems. So I'm excited about the future, and it would bring me great joy to see more of that kind of work of tying those together.
Wonderful, thank you so much for that. And had Monisha been here, I would have asked her next about how the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary sort of plans to sort of achieve all of those goals. And I can attempt to sort of poorly speak on Manisha's behalf, but the sanctuary sort of embedded in its objectives and its management plans has goals of preserving areas of sort of cultural heritage and really educating the surrounding community about those areas, and also embedded within the sanctuary sort of governance structure is a really sort of unique approach to co-stewardship. So there's going to be an intergovernmental sort of governing body that is composed of members from sort of Western governments, states and federal government, and then also representatives from the tribes. They're advising the sanctuary. Then there's a Sanctuary Advisory Council. I'm seated on the research seat, but there are other seats that represent sort of diverse industries along our coastline and include tribal representatives. And then our council is in turn advised by a cultural council with a lot of indigenous representation. And this is all sort of spinning up right now. It's very new, very exciting. And Carolyn and her GP is helping to really support this process by helping out with the baseline assessment of the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. So, Carolyn, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what the baseline assessment is, what your GP is doing to support that, and how this sort of helps build resilience to the sanctuary.
Yeah, so as Chris mentioned, the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary is the newest sanctuary in the entire system. And so the baseline environmental assessment is really about combining and gathering all of the information from the Central Coast region, which will then go on to inform their management strategies and conservation plans for the future. And so within our GP, we've kind of come together and we're trying to combine not just ecological data, but cultural, historical, and social factors that play into the entire environment, and kind of inform the next steps for sanctuary management. And so far, our group, since starting in the spring, we've really started off with looking at different oceanographic factors since the past 50 plus years. And so we've combined data from anywhere from sea surface temperature to salinity to chlorophyll concentration and looking at where those trends lie. And then this past summer with Halia, we've dove into a little bit of the biological side, so looking at species and habitats and how population dynamics have changed over time. And I think when you combine all of this information from different sources and entities, it can serve as a really powerful foundation for informing future strategies for the sanctuary and kind of bringing together all of the communities that belong in the Central Coast region that the sanctuary lives in.
Wonderful, thank you for that overview. And Halia, I know that you got to support a part of this focused on marine mammals. So I was wondering if you could tell us why you chose that, why you wanted to study marine mammals in particular, and what'd you do and what'd you find?
So essentially, our summer started, Caroline and I were like, okay, we have 10 weeks to figure out what we want to do within conducting an entire baseline environmental assessment for this very new sanctuary. And so we spent a few days kind of talking about what we might want to focus on, but actually Caroline ended up showing me her research from her undergrad at UH Manoa, and it really inspired me to kind of reconnect with my own passion for marine mammals. And so we thought that would be a really great framework for me to work on for the summer. And so we ended up assessing marine mammal presence within the sanctuary. We compiled a database of 27 different marine mammals within the sanctuary, and we hope that this framework can be used for other species, such as seabirds per se. And yeah, this work is just really exciting for us to contribute to this baseline environmental assessment and also contribute to the sanctuary's first climate vulnerability assessment in order to contribute to the resilience of this brand new sanctuary. Yeah.
Could you tell us a little bit about the pamphlet that you put together, because it's beautiful.
Yeah, so our work this summer kind of started with a literature review, and then we compiled the database of all of the species. And then Caroline and I actually spent most of the summer working on creating a communication material for the sanctuary, specifically on marine mammals. So we created a 16-page booklet that's essentially Meet the Marine Mammals of the Sanctuary. And it includes detailed species descriptions of each different species. So this includes whales, dolphins, pinnipeds, otters. And yeah, we also included a lot of different educational materials, such as their ecological importance, as well as a couple of other things. We also included their sorry, I'm blanking, their cultural importance too, which was really exciting. But yeah, hopefully it will be used by the sanctuary soon, and yeah, it's very exciting.
Great. It's beautiful. It includes a wonderful infographic showing the timing of marine mammal presence in the sanctuary that we should probably post on Bren Deck so we know which whales to look for when. Sorry, is it public yet, the pamphlet?
It is not yet. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to include. That was like a big part of what we worked on, was our seasonal marine mammal sighting calendar. So that's very exciting.
Yeah, great, thanks. I think built into the sort of name of this panel is this assumption that marine protected areas really can help to provide climate resilience, and it's a increasingly common goal in many marine protected area management plans, including the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary. And Ali and Addison have been working to really look at that assumption more deeply and see when that's true and when it's not. So Ali, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your PhD work on this topic, and what led you to sort of challenge this assumption.
Yeah, so as I said, my PhD work is largely focusing on species movement and designing marine protected areas around that. And so I encountered this idea of protection paradoxes early on, and that's the idea that when you establish protection for a species in like an MPA, you may have evolution that then makes them less resilient to other stressors. And that just got me turning on this idea of like, when can these unintended effects kind of turn up? And I implemented this in the first chapter of my dissertation, looking at how movement rates of species can evolve in MPAs, which they decrease because when you release something from fishing pressure, if you move less outside of the MPA, you're not going to die as frequently as something that's like moving all over the place. But then obviously when climate change is talked about, you think about the idea that these species need to be able to move, or they might get stuck in environments that they can't survive in. And so I did a relatively simplistic simulation model testing this, and it just didn't go very well for the species. We ended up with like increased rates of decline due to movement increasing in climate change and protection effects decreasing, but not really enough to like meet their maximum potential for movement. And so I started to think about, where might these paradoxes come up with other traits? And so that was kind of what this whole project was about, was digging through the literature. Addison will tell you more about how I made her read 15,000 paper, no, 1,500 paper abstracts. But yeah, we kind of expanded it to see what other traits had been studied in MPAs, thinking about evolution, and kind of if the direction of evolution due to protection and climate was similar, if there were opposite effects, and then trying to explain that globally to think about what regions might we expect these effects to occur in more strongly, and where managers might need to like keep an eye out for some of these like unintended consequences, which is the future work. We didn't get there, but yeah.
Very cool. So Addison, it sounds like you got the opportunity to look for sort of empirical real-world examples of these findings that Ali found in her simulation models, and broaden it to more traits. Could you just tell us a little bit about what you did and what you found?
Yeah, so this summer we began our project with a literature review, as Ali said. Because this is a very unexplored topic, we wanted to get a grasp of like what findings and results currently exist, and we soon found out that there are very few. But we used R to do a keyword search of a database of a bunch of these studies, and after screening about like 1,500 of them, we came out with 12 relevant papers. So we analyzed these studies the best that we could and sorted similar findings into groups based around the trait that is evolving due to the interaction between MPA presence and climate change. So like Ali said, we're basically trying to answer the question, when these two factors, MPA protection and climate change, interact, does this evolving trait have a positive, negative, or neutral effect on the overall fish population? So we found several evolving traits, including thermal tolerance, reproduction, growth and size, and movement and activity patterns, had very much differing effects on their own fish populations. And this is really due to the exact species that is being studied, as well as the MPA and where it is spatially, because like the rate of climate change effects, as well as the level of MPA protection, are unique to each MPA. And so we want to like build upon this research and be able to identify the evolutionary potential of these different fish species and where they are spatially, and then go off of that and be able to identify which of these MPAs are more at risk of undergoing these contradictory evolutions, so we can better manage them and approach them in the future to be effective as they're supposed to be in protecting these species.
Great. So I know this is a next step for your work but do you have any sort of guesses right now about what species or what places might sort of protection actually select for adverse traits? Any intuition yet?
Do you want to? Yeah, you go ahead. I mean, it's not like it's relatively obvious when you think about it. Like faster climate change, lower generation times, so species that reproduce more and grow up faster to reproduce more often. But I think identifying that spatially might be interesting. I don't have a good. I'm not really a like individual species person, so I model the average fish a lot.
How does the average fish taste?
Probably not very good. Yeah, so I don't entirely know. It'll be kind of interesting to plot.
Yeah, great. I wanted to see if there are any audience questions now you've been introduced to the exciting work this panel got to do.
Anyone have a question for panelists? They did so amazing.
My girlfriend just texted me and asked when the whale calendar will be available.
We do not know yet. We officially completed the booklet during the 10 weeks. But funny story, Caroline and I actually realized the day before my internship ended that we had to take 3 of the species out because we realized that we had literature proof of them, but we didn't have any like relevant data for them actually being present in the sanctuary. But the sanctuary is working on it. Hopefully it's soon, but yeah.
All right, we'll be ready when it does. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do some data collection from Bren Deck too. Over here.
Hi, thanks for this panel. It's exciting to hear about the Chumash Sanctuary. We've been watching it from Monterey. I live in Monterey. I'm curious, given Jim's presentation, how you've been engaging local indigenous communities and people on the data collection for the baseline. And you know, some tribes, for example, have their own research programs, which is fantastic, but I didn't know what you have been finding here, because it is, of course, cheek by jowl with the offshore wind areas that are going to be designated too, and those are of interest to everybody. Thanks.
Yeah, I would say for our data specifically, we weren't able to use any indigenous data. We didn't really have access to it. We mostly used NOAA reports. But we were able to collaborate with Carolina from the Sanctuary team, and we had a really interesting meeting with her that I really enjoyed, where we read through our entire booklet, and she helped us change a lot of the language, because like something that's really important to me, and especially to this internship, was to really incorporate Indigenous or Native values into science. Like that's something that is really important to me. So that meeting was really insightful for me because it was something that I was very conscious about throughout the process. But there were some things that she said, like, oh, we shouldn't say that this dolphin hunts fish because it's sort of a harsh Western perspective on that. And it's not really like a predatory thing. It's more of like a natural ecological thing that happens. And so I really enjoyed that conversation with her. I wish we got to have more of those conversations, but I hope we can in the future.
Maybe I can add just a little bit, because at the Packard Foundation, we supported the Northern Chumash Tribal Council through the latter part of the nomination process. I mean, Fred Collins started that a couple decades ago, really, and it was a fantastic experience. Getting interviewed by a tribe to see if we were an appropriate partner for them, really flipping the sort of the conventional thinking about philanthropy, and B, providing completely general support so that their work to get the sanctuary designated, but also to do preliminary work and assessment work. So Violet Sage Walker and her team with the Tribal Council have been working for years with Steve Palumbi from the Hopkins Marine Station at Stanford University. Many of you know Steve Palumbi, using eDNA and training tribal members on how to use environmental DNA to understand who's out there, how many of them how many are there. Many questions which the scientists have counted fish and individual species for a long, long time, and we have pretty good information on who's out there, but eDNA takes it to a whole new level and could allow for the ongoing monitoring by the very people who nominated and got the sanctuary designated through generations, and see where the science of eDNA goes, and maybe be the ones to make the new innovations and the creative solutions for how to use it and apply it.
Any other questions?
Thank you. I've been diving the Channel Islands for like 50 years. And so anecdotally, I have seen a reduction and a degradation of fish life. So my question for you scientists is, can you develop any kind of a historical baseline to measure and see what's going on underwater?
Do you think this is going to be part of the role of the GP project, Caroline?
Yeah, I think that creating a baseline for species groups is definitely something we've talked about for the scope of our group project. I think since starting, our group has talked a lot about refining our scope into what's feasible for the year timeline of the group project. So I think if we can get to it, that would be great. But there was, I think, the decadal review that just was published by the Channel Islands National Marine Sanctuary, which kind of summarizes and brings together all of the status and trends for key species and habitats throughout the sanctuary environment. And so I think using that framework to influence a potential baseline assessment for the Chumash heritage would be a great starting point, as well as combining, I think something that's been really amazing through this project is getting to see all of the different groups and communities that have collected and are still collecting data throughout this region. And so being able to synthesize all of those together into a format that's accessible and understandable to anyone who's interested in what's happening within the sanctuary environment would be a really incredible culmination.
So stay tuned and come to Caroline's GP Publix presentation in the spring. Ask the question again. Yeah.
We shall see.
All right, that's enough questions for our first panelist. Thank you. Give them a round of applause.
Well done.
All right, ladies, it's on. It's on. As soon as Carmen's mic'd up, it's like, hopefully I get the last one.
This is the right one.
I don't know about it. I think it's like the little
Here, you guys are gonna do great.
Hi.
I don't want to do it. You won't have to worry about me.
Oh, can you give me? There is mine. Cool. Okay. I am on your name. I think I'm ready.
This is our second panel on coding equity, building inclusive STEM features, with our moderator, Carmen Galaz Garcia, sorry.
Thank you, Leslie, and hi, everyone. It's great to see this room so full of all of you here. So I'm very excited to be moderating this panel today, and I'm going to start by, well, thank you, Leslie. Yeah, my name is Carmen Galaz Garcia. I am an assistant teaching professor here at the Bren School. I mainly teach for the Masters in Environmental Data Science in their computer programming classes. So I said a little bit about myself. I'm going to start by saying a little bit about our panelists today. Okay, so I'm going to start by introducing our Bell graduate mentees. We have Osair Usmani, who is a physics major at UCSB. He is contributing to climate modeling and improving future climate projections. We also have Kale Cragen. She is an environmental studies major and applied psychology minor here. Of course, we're all here at UCSB. But Kale is passionate about environmental communication and inclusion. So Osair and Kale, thank you for joining us for this panel. Next, we have our Bell graduate mentors. We have Callie Flieger. She is a PhD student at the Bren School. and she studies climate change using modeling approaches. And our another graduate mentor, Lauren Puffer, she is a master's student here at the Bren School in the MESM program, and she is working on coastal and fisheries management. So these are graduate mentors. And finally, we have our special guest, Lena, Dr. Lena Capiz. So Lena, just clarifying, Lena is a coastal scientist and biogeochemist at Sylvestrum Climate Associates. She leads greenhouse gas inventory projects over there and advances blue carbon science worldwide. Lena earned her PhD from UCSB and is also a co-host and producer of a very cool project, a second season of Ocean Solutions podcast, which is about equity and storytelling in ocean science. So welcome everyone. Yeah, let's give it up for our panelists. Okay. So those were brief introductions because I mainly want you to hear from them about what their projects are about. I haven't mentioned anything about it. So I'm going to start with my first question. Could each of you please tell us about what your Bell project was about, what you worked on, and Lena also, what projects are you currently working on and how they relate what this awesome work they've been doing? Kale, do you want to start here?
Hi everyone, my name is Kale. I am a fourth year environmental studies major here at UCSB, and this summer I worked on the Women Doing Science project, and my mentor was Lauren. And I guess I can do the Women Doing Science spiel and give like a little background on what it is. So if you guys don't know, Women Doing Science is supposed to sound like that.
I don't know if we're having some feedback with me.
Oh, in it away. Okay. So Women Doing Science was originally started by Alex Phillips, who is a professor here at Bren. She ran an Instagram account from 2018 to 2022, where it served as a platform for diverse international women in STEM to send in biographies about themselves, talk about their career in STEM, how they got into the field, and what they're passionate about studying. And it created an online global community for women to really feel uplifted and included in STEM. And it also served as like sort of a platform that not only like brought people together but also inspired younger women to go into the field if they hadn't already felt that that was something that they were interested in. And while she stopped running that in 2022, this summer Lauren and I's project was mainly focused on reviving that archive and trying to figure out how to translate that Instagram account into the classroom and make it kind of an educational tool. So we actually started spring quarter with a lot of literature review. It was kind of, we were trying to figure out what exactly we wanted to do with the project for a while, but we did a lot of research on identity theory and possible selves, and throughout this summer, my main focus was creating lesson plans. So the lesson plans that I created were based off the app that Lauren designed, the Shiny app, which I'll let her get into more detail about. But the lesson plans that I created were sort of like a guide for teachers to show students how to interact with the app. They were meant for K through 12 students, and is it echoing? Oh.
I don't think so. Well, you're good. You're doing really great.
Okay, I was confused. Okay. Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, so my lesson plan served as an interactive tool for teachers to sort of guide the students through the app, really critically engage with the app and understand what they're thinking about and seeing. I'll let Lauren explain the app more as she is more knowledgeable about that. And yeah, I can get more into the project later, but I don't want to talk too much, so.
Hi, I'm Lauren. I designed the Our Shiny app to go along with Kale's wonderful lesson plans. And really at the heart of this project, I wanted user experience to be phenomenal. And you can imagine like designing an app for a 7-year-old, but also possibly a 16-year-old is kind of an interesting task. So for students that are younger, the goal is kind of to just show them the diversity of people in STEM, and then as students get older, it's kind of more used as a tool to encourage them to pursue STEM themselves. And so I worked with Carmen this summer a lot on creating a reproducible workflow so that projects like this can continue to transpire in the future, and really important work like this can be brought into the classroom, and young students can be exposed to diverse role models.
Yeah, hello, I'm there. I'm a third year UCSB student, and I work with Callie this summer on developing a Santa Barbara climate dashboard. This dashboard was also developed through Shiny. This dashboard allows users to access Santa Barbara climate information or climate data from the LOCA 2 dataset, which is like the latest dataset used for the latest climate change assessment report for California. And essentially users can get like regional data for the entire county for maximum temperature projections, observational data as well, and variable maps are also shown on the dashboard. So pretty much the essence of the dashboard is to promote open data science practices and to essentially increase awareness of how climate will change in the next couple of years.
Hi everyone, I'm Callie. I'm a 6-year PhD student here at the Bren School. Working on this dashboard was really important because there's so many misconceptions and different struggles that comes when understanding climate data, and the CalAdapt data set allows users like you to download the net CDFs and process them themselves, but who knows what a net CDF is and how to process it yourself, right? So that's a goal of this dashboard, is to kind of take it down a step, make it more accessible for people, and then also posting the code on GitHub so that you can actually see what's going on behind the scenes, and you can actually tangibly understand what's going on with the CalAdapt website and how does that data, historically and in the future projections impact you as Santa Barbara residents.
Hello. Okay, so I wear a couple of hats right now. I am full-time working as a climate consultant for Symposium Climate Associates, but I also still have one foot in academia, and I have a couple of projects that I'm still working on. And the project that I'm going to talk about today is basically the study that I designed and conducted as part of my PhD dissertation, although it's not part of the actual chapters. But essentially, we designed this study to understand the use of podcasts in an oceanographic classroom for college students. And the idea was basically to survey students on how that podcast impacts their perception of climate anxiety, ocean optimism, and knowledge of ocean-related careers. And this is all kind of tied to this idea of ocean identity, which has an impact on the diversity and representation of people who end up in ocean-related careers. And so I think together, all of our conversations that we'll have over the next 20 minutes
Thanks for keeping track.
will tie into the idea of ocean identity or identity, STEM identity in some way or another, and data access.
Definitely. We are very interested in talking about identity, data, science communication. I think that's a really good segue for our next question, which is for Kale, Zaire, and Lena. Something that I was very inspired by when I learned about each of your projects was how, the science is there, it's really great, but then you're really centering about how to communicate science, and you also reach very different audiences. Kale, with the lesson plans, you're really thinking about how to reach K through 12 students. Lena, the podcast is geared towards college students. There, this dashboard is public for Santa Barbara residents, and these are such different communities to reach. So my question is, can you tell us about why it is important to communicate science to these different communities, and also what have you learned about doing that communication to the specific audiences effectively?
I don't mind starting. I think one of the main reasons why we wanted to, there's the podcast creation, which one of the goals of the second season of the podcast was to make sure that we were creating a podcast that would I guess, have an impact on the people who are listening to it, and really get at interviewing folks who were not your typical scientist or not your typical person working in an ocean-related job or ocean scientist. And so we wanted to make sure that the second season looked at a diversity of ocean careers, because a person listening to this podcast in the Intro to Oceanography classroom might not think or might not want to be a scientist, right? They might want to do something else, but they might want to do something that's connected to the ocean. And so we wanted to provide a platform for them to learn about these other opportunities. And I think what we've learned through the podcast and the follow-up study is that students really like it. They're responding well to it. Our study, basically, we had a quarter where we used the podcast and then a quarter where we did not use the podcast. And so we're able to see and compare how students' feelings towards ocean-related jobs or climate anxiety differ. And interestingly, while students learned more about ocean-related jobs in the podcast quarter, their feelings about climate anxiety or ocean identity were kind of across the board, or we found that there was like an increase in those ideas or sentiments, I guess, within the podcast and no podcast quarter, which basically means that it's this having like an oceanographic class that is having the impact, having knowledge or awareness of the ocean and what's going on right next door to you is what's helping them change their minds about climate change.
Yeah, I would say the main reason on why I wanted to display this particular data set, which is the Locatua data set, is because a lot of people don't know how climate models work, essentially. So one example would be the climate models divide the Earth into several grid boxes, and they model the interactions between those grid boxes to, I guess, predict how precipitation patterns would change or temperature patterns would change under various greenhouse gas emissions. So I guess that's one way or one reason I would want to display this data. So yeah.
I think throughout the entire project, I tried to keep in mind all the different people that I was trying to influence and inspire. I think for making K through 12 lesson plans, that's really a time where people are first getting their first exposure to science, and especially in high school, that's where students are starting to decide like what career they want to go into and like applying to college. So I would say like as far as like trying to communicate science effectively, I wanted to try and make science or just STEM in general seem not intimidating, and that it was possible for anyone regardless of any background. I really like tried to make the lesson plans, even if it was for like a second grader, like try and stimulate like critical thinking on why they thought science was a certain way, or why they only thought scientists were like in lab coats, or why scientists could only be like look like a certain person. And especially since not everyone is able to grow up with someone in their family that's a scientist, and like not everyone has access to that, I wanted to try and like keep everyone in mind when creating the lesson plan so that students could really resonate with the app and find people that they identified with. So like as far as communicating the science effectively, I think I really emphasized the idea of like role models versus like possible selves, like trying to like make the lesson plans, help them find someone that like looked like them, and like pick a scientist throughout the app that really made them feel seen, or like someone that they could see themselves in if that wasn't initially like maybe not who they are right now, but in the future. So yeah, I think what I really emphasized was representation and just diversity in general with the app, trying to make sure that like even if science might not be something that's familiar to them, like it can be something they can go into in the future, and they shouldn't be intimidated by it just because they don't have any prior knowledge to it.
That sounds really inspiring. I'm excited. I'm in this project and I'm excited about it. But I really think it's so cool how you're, telling us about how there can be this disconnection between the public and the scientific projects that you're working on. Whether it's a disconnection between the public and the data that's out there that can be informed to make decisions, or a disconnection between our, possible scientific identities, whether it is related to something as close to us as the ocean here. So it's really cool to hear how you've thought about how to make this accessible to people. And I kind of want to transition more into, so to speak, like the back end of some of these projects. And my next question is for Lauren and Callie. You've been working on developing these platforms, right? Lauren, you've been working on the implementation of the dashboard. Callie, you've also been working with Ozair on this dashboard. And my question for you both is, let me just double check my question. So what did you learn about making these tools so that they are sustainable and long-lasting? And I know both of you have open data science and open science at the core of your project. So how do you ensure that this can actually live on beyond, this summer, this quarter?
Okay, I like your ears. Thank you. So I feel like a big part of this project for me was zooming in and zooming out often. Kind of zooming in to figure out a really frustrating technical problem, and then zooming out to make sure, okay, is the objective still being reached? Is, the end goal, are we still working towards it? And then another part of that is asking for feedback often, getting a second set of eyes. Because there are things that I did not think about that people brought up to me, and I think it fully changed the way that I thought about this app and its accessibility. Not only data accessibility, but just regular accessibility, meeting the needs of different kinds of people. And then on top of all that, I'm sure anyone who codes knows that reading someone else's code can often be frustrating. So I tried to write my comments as if I was writing them to my mother, who doesn't know how to code at all. And that way it not only helps me when I go back to look at it and say, what did I do? But also the next person that goes to look at my code, if they want to reproduce a project like ours, and I hope someone does in the future, then they will be able to go and read that and say, oh, I understand exactly what's happening here. I can do this. Yeah, that's kind of how I approached sustaining it in the future. And then also just imagining it once you leave it. You have this project, maybe you're not on it forever. Once you leave it, it's like within the app itself, within the dashboard itself, does the user know how to use it? Are there instructions? Is there documentation? Are there explanations of kind of big words, like what is a PhD student, What is that? So thinking about things like that. Yeah, I'll go ahead and pass it to Callie. Yeah.
Lauren, I also just want to add real quick about this idea we just talked about, having your audience in mind, right? It's very different designing something for probably graduate students to K through 12 students who are what's a PhD? So it's those things are very important to communicate. So, yeah. Callie?
Cool. I guess I can talk about why I'm even doing science. So I grew up as a Nova PBS girly, so hearing every night founded by supporters by you, thank you, always resonates in my brain. So I just thought, how can we find a way to give back in a meaningful way that I guess you were explaining about, what are these big words? How can I understand what an SSP scenario is? How can I know how that's going to impact the Isla Vista grid box versus maybe one in the mountains? And what are those processes that are different between those two sites? And what are the differences between the historical and the observational and the future projections? There's a lot of moving pieces that need to be clarified for the users. So Ozair and I really spent a lot of time of trying to figure out what is a good visualization of climate change in Santa Barbara? How is that something that can resonate with the users who are on the dashboard? So we went through lots of different iterations of graphs and maps and projections and the about and the user guide and glossary, there's a lot of things behind the scenes that I think could be talked about more as like scientists, and that like kind of like dirty code, you know, that we all have, that we kind of are like a little bit afraid of, like how can we become more confident in our coding skills that's inspiring to others. So it was really great to work with Ozair this summer because we have different backgrounds. He's coming from a physics background and I've been in climate jargon for like a really long time, so you kind of don't realize how much jargon you're just using on a daily basis and how much we really need to unpack those ideas and like create a support system so we can trust climate models and we can create like community resilience across the board. So I guess where the dashboard lives is still like up for grabs. So we're in Dr. Stevenson's Past and Future Climate Data Lab. So that's an initiative that Dr. Stevenson made where, you know, it's kind of like demystifying climate modeling like on our own and then within the lab, and then what we can do to like add to that dashboard there. And I had mentioned like adding code to GitHub so that you could like download the code to like create your own dashboard and upload your own net CDFs, your own data sets into it, so then you can kind of have like your own plug and play like dashboard and like understand what's going on. And then I think another thing that Ozair brought to the project was like a creative lens that I just didn't have. He suggested like adding like Santa Barbara like surf cams like to the different like data points so that you can like look at like what are the ocean conditions to stay in this grid box that I'm like creating a line plot for. So it's like bringing that user interaction in. And then this is an ongoing project, and we've talked about the potential use of creating like AI visualizations of like an SSP like 370 versus the 585 scenario in Santa Barbara. Like what will that mean for like coastal erosion, and how can we find a way to, you know, grasp between like, can we trust AI visualizations and like, can we make something that's actually like meaningful for the public? So yeah, it was a really fun summer.
Clearly, it's just amazing to hear everything you've done. I'm always so impressed at how, like, everything you've achieved in such a short time. Like, these are projects that have existed for 2 months-ish. Yeah, so it's really impressive. And I know Ozair and Kale, you have been working hands-on on implementing this. And one of our themes here that we wanted to highlight was this idea of STEM paths, like careers in science. And I think it's very exciting to see you joining these projects. And I want to ask you, how has this experience in itself, you know, transformed or opened up or even just like changed your opinion about how you see yourselves be like as part of science and in your possible STEM careers?
Okay, I can start off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess one way to answer that question would be, I guess I'll value dashboards more. Okay. I used to just be, you know, full in like science, like who cares what the public thinks, like, you know, but I feel like creating a dashboard for the public to understand, you know, and to digest how to visualize data is very important. So I guess that's one thing I would say about that.
I think for myself, like definitely prior to this summer, like I don't really ever see myself as like a STEM girly. Like I'm definitely like, that was not the right term to use. I just, like I've always been like a language arts, like reading and writing kind of person. But I think this summer really like inspired me. And like, I think like, as like we were talking about like for advice, like I think this summer really forced me to like be more independent and tap into like my creative side, because prior to this internship I took one class like my winter quarter of junior year where we wrote lesson plans for 5th graders, and like that was pretty much my only experience I had with writing lesson plans. And then I got this amazing opportunity to this internship, but I honestly like didn't still have a ton of experience, and Alex was kind of like, this is your project, like you got this, like you're gonna write lesson plans. And then I was like, oh my gosh, like I don't know if I can. And I was just, a lot of it was just trusting myself and allowing myself. I don't think I normally would consider myself a creative person, but I think always thinking about what I really wanted to communicate to my audience like helped me figure out what I wanted to envision for the project and help it come to life. So I think a lot of it comes with like trusting yourself and pushing yourself, even like though I don't think I normally see myself as someone like spearheading something, but I think this summer like has changed my perspective on that, and like knowing like I can be a scientist and that I am capable, but just trusting yourself, and like even if you don't have someone like constantly telling you what you need to do, because Alex was very like hands-on until hands-off was like her philosophy for this project, and she was like, okay, like you got this, and then I was like, oh my gosh, like I don't know if I do, but even like I would be like doing the lesson plans, and I would be like talking to Lauren, and she'd be like, you got this, like you know what to do, like this is your project, like you know what like message you're trying to convey across to people. So I would just say like believing in yourself and like thinking that you can be creative even if you don't normally see yourself that way.
That's so good. We all need to keep reminding of that. So that's really good advice for everyone across career stages, I think. So I do want to ask one more quick question and then maybe open up for one question from the public. But my quick question to our student panelists is, can you tell us what are the exciting next steps for your projects? I kind of know, can you tell your audience?
Yeah, one exciting project or future plan is to attend AGU in the winter or early winter, December. Most likely going to attend online, I think, and this is a great way to show the scientific community on the value of dashboards and to publicize the dashboard for many people. And also, like Kylie talked about, I want to implement so much more on the dashboard throughout the next couple weeks in the quarter, such as like the AI projections, the live streams, which I totally forgot about until today. So yeah, that's like my main goals for the project, and yeah.
So yeah, Lauren and I are still working. I'll let her talk about it too. I don't want to take all of it, but so Lauren and I are still working on Women Doing Science this fall. I think this summer we really emphasized like creating the bones for the project. Like I created the lesson plans and Lauren finished the app, but this fall we're gonna actually go into like local Santa Barbara classrooms and test the app and see how students engage with it, observe their reactions, and see what they take away from it. And I will be able to like critique my work and make it more effective, like depending on how like they engage with it. And we're also attending the AGU conference in New Orleans in December as well, which is very exciting. And you're orally presenting. And I am orally presenting at it too. And yeah, I'll let Lauren share a little bit more too.
Thank you, Beth. I'll be also going with you on both of those kind of components, testing the app and making sure that it works well in the way that it's intended, and then going to the conference and speaking about our work. I'm really excited about that, and hopefully other people will be encouraged to make dashboards like ours as well. And then we are also hoping to publish in a education paper this work that we've done. So lots of great things on the horizon, and we're continuing to work with Alex and Carmen this quarter to perfect everything. So yeah, thank you, Alex and Carmen and Kale. I've loved working on this project.
So do we have time for one question? No questions. I'm sorry, but I hope you can, our panelists are going to be out there during the reception, so please approach them, ask them more about their projects, and let's thank them again.
Now we'll be having an intermission. Please be back by 3 p.m. for our panel 3. Thank you.
Testing, testing. Test 1, 2, testing, testing. Test. Test 1, 2, testing, testing. Hello. Test 1, 2, testing. Test 1, 2, testing. I mean, it all sounds fine now. Test 1, 2, testing. Okay, this one's a little hotter. Whatever one this one is, I think this is 4. Test 1, 2, testing. Johnny, can you bring this one down? Testing. I think this might be the culprit. Test 1, 2, testing. Test. Testing. Test 1, 2, testing. Test 1, 2, test. Test 1, 2, testing.
Ourselves? Do you want to introduce ourselves?
I'll have you go because it's much better. You guys know yourself better than I do. But yeah, maybe I'll do that quickly at the beginning before. I was gonna have everyone just do it when they said something, but that doesn't work. So I'll have everyone do it at the beginning. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think it makes sense. Actually, he convinced me. Go down the line to introduce yourselves, and then we'll do the questions. Yeah.
Just like what year we are and what we're studying. Right.
Yeah, like a 5 or 10 minute introduction. Just kidding.
I love going snorkeling and going over here.
I was born.
It's great. There's like standing room only when I pulled up for Jim's talk. I was like, oh my gosh.
We didn't. We actually we are planning to present.
Testing.
Hi, let's get started with our next panel, number 3, which is Blueprints for Blue Recovery, Advancing Marine Restoration and Responsible Aquaculture. And it will be moderated by our Bren faculty, Dr. Ben Halpern. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. I hope you had a little bit of refreshment and some sunlight. Welcome back to the room. Really excited to have this panel here today to discuss really cool work at the intersection, or not, of aquaculture and restoration in marine coastal systems. There's a lot of really cool things happening in this space and a lot of opportunity for new innovation, and we're going to hear about some of that today. But first, we'll do a quick line of introductions and then we'll jump into questions. So if you want to just introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Yeah, can everybody hear me okay? Hello? Hello? Ah, great, perfect. Doesn't make it sound, but. Hi, everybody. My name is Dan O'Shea. Great to see you all today. I'm a second year at the Bren School of Environmental Science and Management. I'm focusing on coastal resource management and business and sustainability. Myself and Mackenzie over here, we worked on a kelp restoration synthesis report, which consisted of interviewing different stakeholders of communities from Northern California at the Oregon border all the way down to San Diego, with the goal of really taking all of these initiatives, having a nice tidy report to inform the kelp restoration management plan. And we'll go over that in more detail. I'll pass it off to Ashley.
Thank you, Dan. My name is Ashley Diedenhofen. I'm also a second year at Bren studying business and sustainability and coastal resource management as well. And this summer, my internship was with the Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch program, where we talked to people along the seafood supply chain, specifically around the middle, like grocery stores and restaurants, and also some investment firms, and tried to understand how they were making seafood sustainability decisions, how they were sourcing their seafood. And I did that alongside Alyssa, who I'll pass this on to.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Alyssa. I'm a third-year undergrad here at UCSB studying environmental studies and geography. And like Ashley said, we worked with Seafood Watch this summer. I assisted her with all the interviews that we performed, and then our final report, which we delivered to Seafood Watch, full of recommendations for how they can improve their science communication and just make sourcing decisions easier for all of their partners.
Is it on? Hi, my name is Mackenzie Grubner. I'm a fourth year aquatic biology and environmental studies student here at UCSB, and Dan and I worked this summer with the Nature Conservancy. Like he mentioned, our report is to inform the Science Advisory Committee and the Community Working Group for the Kelp Restoration and Management Plan being created by the CDFW. So that's what we spent our summer on.
Hi, I'm Margaret Spring. I'm the Chief Conservation and Science Officer at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and we hosted Alyssa and, I'm sorry, Ashley. Sorry, so many A's. And I wasn't their supervisor, so I'm sitting in for him because he is getting married today. Yay! That's Tyler Isaac. Anyway, I'm essentially on this panel not only because of my job at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, but because I also worked at the Nature Conservancy many years ago, and Lotus Vermeer reached out directly to us, and through that call, I understood that we had 5 Bren alums working for us, which was great, and it allowed us to identify Tyler as the best place to plug in this new program, which named after Michael, of course, but it was a different one. So for us, it's been a great hosting, and we look forward to more. My work really these days focuses on plastic pollution, but our work at the aquarium really is a global view of how the United States and our purchasing practices can maybe change the trajectory of unsustainable fisheries and aquaculture, and that's only one of the areas we work in, and that's where the team worked. So pleased to be here and talk about the work.
Great, thanks everyone. So you heard some really brief snippets of the projects they've been working on. You maybe got a hint that there's not an immediate connection between aquaculture and restoration, but there are some elements of that. Of course, it's the theme of this topic, or this panel discussion. So I wanted to start, and you might be able to provide some insights from your own perspective or beyond what you've experienced in your research. But just where do you see opportunities and maybe challenges for coastal restoration and aquaculture to work together and create co-benefits? Like where can they help people and nature at the same time?
I could start. I mean, certainly that's, we have a strategic plan that is looking for the ocean to thrive and communities to be successful in a just and equitable world, which is a very heavy and big goal. And what we do, as Jim would say, is we try and keep both ideas in our heads, people and the environment. And so we've started out as a Seafood Watch program, which was just to help consumers understand the sustainability or unsustainability of seafood. And as we got deeper and deeper, and particularly in the aquaculture sector, we saw the opportunity to actually help people do better, and thinking about what they needed. And a lot of times those communities in need of attention were those that could not import to the United States. 90% of shrimp, for example, is imported that we eat. So, and you'll hear a little bit more about that. But they wanted to be successful in shrimp farming, but they wanted to also understand how do I get from a red to a green rating in Seafood Watch, and that started off a very long collaboration. And so it's evolved to a point where they took a pledge to go yellow. They've already reached green. And so these are the collaborations and the way we work with stakeholders that's been it's evolved over time. Many conservation groups are accused of sort of parachuting in and then coming out. We really have long-standing relationships, and a lot of the work is being driven by the community, and we bring in businesses directly to help them. So we're working with the businesses and with the stakeholders and the producers, and also trying to communicate in both directions about sustainability science, which I think came up in the previous episode. So I think that this is an area where we have decided not only do we worry about the impact of aquaculture on the ocean health, but now we see the planetary boundaries being overcome, and we see the need for dealing with with mangroves, for example. So now our aquaculture operations, when we actually work with communities, is working to improve both simultaneously. So we have smaller footprints and more restoration projects paired, so that we're increasing more mangroves, which is a very sensitive habitat in areas where aquaculture has actually undermined that. So there are many ways I've seen that done in the United States too, and we can talk about that, but that's been a very interesting evolution of our work.
Mackenzie or Dan, maybe you could speak to kelp restoration and aquaculture, because they're tightly linked here in California.
Yeah, I can just give a little brief snippet. Our project really focused on kelp restoration in California specifically because of the mass die-offs that have happened after the marine heat waves in 2015 and 2016, as well as the sea star wasting disease that wipes out the primary predator of sea urchins. And especially in the North Coast, there's really been a shift in ecosystems from kelp forests to urchin barrens. So we really looked at kelp restoration, and I think that going into the project, I was very focused on restoration, but the more that we read about it and really learned about the topic in general, I think I learned every single day of the entire summer. And the more that we spoke to people, we really saw like aquaculture and restoration weren't really separated in this field. And maybe, I think as it was so beautifully said during the keynote speech, that we really focus on things as separate concepts, but I think that restoration and aquaculture, we just saw over and over again how they can really work together to improve our ecosystems.
Yeah, and one bit to add was we were at the California Seaweed Festival this past weekend, Mackenzie and I presenting our poster, and it was really interesting to hear there's a lot of perspectives from restoration work and a lot of perspectives from aquaculture. And they shared one very similar challenge was permitting, and especially in California, which makes it pretty difficult, rightly so, because it's such a delicate ecosystem. However, I think there's so many opportunities for growth here too, because a lot of like shellfish aquaculture has gone through these steps, and they have a lot of knowledge built up to support aquaculture of kelp products. And there's so much knowledge in kelp aquaculture that can really be utilized for restoration, like in outplanting techniques and seed banking. So I think those are some really strong opportunities that can be built off one another.
So our project, even though we were looking along the seafood supply chain, before we started doing our interviews, we also were investigating biodiversity disclosure frameworks. And one of the large things that we learned from that is that fishermen, like whether it's aquaculture or fisheries, they have to both consider how they're impacting the environment around them, but also how much they depend on it. So if you think about fishermen, it's in their best interest to preserve the environment, because if they overfish that, then they're not going to have that in the future for their business. And so they have to start considering, okay, we need this fish, but also we need to be able to preserve it so that we can have it 5 or 10 years from now. So I think that was like a big takeaway that we had.
Yeah, you kind of hit the nail on the head with that one. But so we learned a ton about those climate and biodiversity disclosure frameworks. And I think for the context of this question, the biodiversity disclosure frameworks are the most relevant. And I think that they're a really important way to kind of connect businesses to kind of the abstract concept of like ocean sustainability and ocean health, because we talk to Whole Foods and Disney and all these companies that you would think like, how do they have a real impact, I guess, on the ocean specifically? But these disclosure frameworks allow them to set specific metrics and targets so that in the future they can either decrease their impact on, I guess, like mangroves or something like that. So yeah, the biodiversity disclosure frameworks are a lot newer. The climate ones came first, and then the biodiversity ones are now kind of more in development in the past couple years. So companies are still figuring out the best way to include them, because it takes time and it takes money to collect data, as we all know. So yeah, I think that is a really promising thing for the future, and hopefully more companies, more large corporations are able to adopt those disclosure frameworks to figure out how their impacts on the environment.
Just to say that because of those needs and because of what's happening in our environment, and if you don't know our aquaculture evaluation criteria, there are 10 criteria, which means we have to look at lots of things, including impacts on water quality, impacts on habitat, and things like that. And so the need for traceability, which I think you guys heard loud and clear, has meant that we've actually developed some technology and monitoring mechanisms to ensure that the end buyer gets the data on what's happening so they feel comfortable. And that's been a big gap. So we can talk about that later, but it's important to say that, it's particularly with aquaculture, where there's often no mandatory reporting, like we have with fisheries, you're having to create your data to support all of the data needs that the customer has.
Great, thanks. Also, I think you heard that all of these projects, and certainly the mission and actions of the aquarium, involve engaging with a lot of different groups of people, many diverse constituents and stakeholders. So I'm curious to hear from you, and you can go down the line or bounce back and forth or whatever works best, but like, what have you learned from hearing all these diverse voices, and how can we leverage that diversity to make progress in coastal restoration and aquaculture?
I can go ahead and start. I think that our project was really special because our supervisor, Tristan Anush McHugh, that's like the biggest thing that she pushed on us. We got to speak to so many different people. I think we had like over like almost 30 meetings, and there's like 2 to 3 people in each meetings, and it really covered like the broadest perspective that we could get. We spoke to everyone from like the academia world and like local scientists that are working on kelp restoration, but then also just citizen scientists and people who saw a problem and decided they wanted to do something. And I think that at least we hope that our report can be the most effective because we included those perspectives, and if we didn't have like such a holistic approach to include everyone, it either wouldn't be as effective or like not supporting everyone that it could. And yeah, I think that was just so special about our project, that in order to move forward with such devastating impacts that we're seeing in the environment, we all really have to come together. And I think that we highlighted that in our report, and we really got to speak to everyone and learn and take away a lot from that, and how people can really work together to accomplish the same goal. Even if we have different approaches, it's essentially we all want the same thing, and to see like the ocean thriving. So I think that was the biggest thing.
Yeah, we had a very similar experience. Ashley and I interviewed 12 people along the supply chain, with different backgrounds and different experiences and different positions at their respective companies. And so we also had a very broad perspective, but similar to like Mackenzie said, everyone kind of wanted the same thing. And so a big thing was the difference between small and large companies. So we talked to a consultant who had a company, and it was just her working, and she talked a lot about how now she's using AI to help her because she just doesn't have the resources or the time or the money to get everything done that she needs to do. And then we also talked to someone from like Disney, like I mentioned before, which is obviously a much larger company. And so, but a common theme was that most of these sustainability teams don't often have the resources that they need, and a lot of them can be 1 to 5 people working for these huge companies. And so we thought that was really interesting. And then also, like I mentioned, or me and Ashley mentioned, the biodiversity disclosure frameworks. Those are very, very complex, and it takes a lot of time to look at them and fully understand them. And so a big need for those people as well was for them to be translated into easier formats to understand. And so that was another theme among everyone that we interviewed, despite what companies they were from or what position they had, was the need for science communication to be clearer and more accessible. Because a lot of people, well, most of them had scientific backgrounds, but a lot of people don't. And so it's really hard for them to understand all these really complex topics. And so a theme within that was for Seafood Watch to take their reports, and they're really long, they're super informative. They're over 100 pages on just one species. But for the consultant that was just working alone, reading that entire thing for just one species takes her a long time, and then analyzing it and then figuring out what information to pull out and then provide to whoever she's working for. So a big theme was having like cliff notes for those, and then also for suppliers having kind of a call to action, because we have these ratings that are red, yellow, or green, but then for a red rated fish, like what are the next steps? So I think that's something that's kind of in development. But yeah, moral of the story, everyone had very similar perspectives despite all their differences and their backgrounds and positions.
Even one of our interviews, basically we're like, yeah, the only people reading those 100+ page reports, whether it's Seafood Watch or other companies, is grad students. So I was like, oh yeah, sounds about right. But so needless to say, Cliff Notes would be nice. I guess a fun anecdote as well when it comes to hearing from diverse audiences is, well, if you think about the Cheesecake Factory, which was one of our interviewees, you wouldn't necessarily associate them with sustainability or even seafood, really. But they're supplying shrimp, tuna, salmon, whatnot. And Margaret and I were actually talking earlier about the shrimp industry a little bit. And what was super, super interesting about Cheesecake Factory is they were really, really involved in where their seafood is coming from. They were one of the first companies that actually went boots on the ground to, I think it was India, to the farms where the shrimp was coming from, worked directly with those small fishermen there, and then worked even with the local government to work on regulations. And then what's really cool as well is you think about this industry being super competitive within different restaurants, but I'm trying to think of pre-competitive collaboration, I think was the term that our interviewee used. And it's the idea that they worked directly with these local fishermen, these local shrimp guys, and now they can share that data request that they got from there with other companies, because just on their own, Cheesecake Factory can't make a difference. But if they can share that with all these other restaurants, and then they can all be asking the same thing from their fishermen, that's when you can really see a big difference.
I've got one small thing to add. This is my favorite part of our project, was the diverse backgrounds that we were working with the entire time. Not only because California is an insanely long state with incredibly different geographies involved, where Southern California, desert and giant kelp, and Northern California, redwoods and bull kelp, but also all the perspectives that are going into restoration activities. So you have like education with the Tolowadini Nation up in the Smith River in Oregon, certifying divers to go and investigate the kelp forests that are off of their coast. Then you have Kelp Rises at UC Davis that is doing like socioeconomic models of like impacts of kelp disappearances to different communities along the coast. That's largely built in different like modeling exercises and informed by oceanographic data. And then you have like thermal tolerance work being done with seed banking at UC Davis, where like maybe purple urchin isn't as much of an issue for them. So it's really just fascinating to see like the diversity in approaches, and all of this is going to be able to be utilized for like future kelp restoration. So really cool.
So my background's in law and also working in government, and one of the reasons I joined the Monterey Bay Aquarium because I felt that I needed to know think about the potential for an organization like the aquarium to actually reach real people who actually are trying to make a difference. And one of the ways that the Seafood Watch program really came out of that because we told them all the bad things, science-based bad things, and they said, well, what can I eat? And then we said, well, maybe we better do some research on that and we have to simplify very complex information tailored to the audience. And so this is why the stoplight approach came by, because people needed, that's the cliff notes for your consumer. But don't tell me all the details, just tell me what I can buy and where to get it. And then you have the fishermen or the aquaculture operators who are looking at your ratings and saying, everybody wants to be above average or green, just so you know, and when they're not, it gets them upset. So now we have to talk fish or talk aquaculture and really know the business. And then we talk to the buyers who are in a very different position, and they have other pressures on them. So it's been interesting that we end up becoming an interesting translational group that we're grounded in science, but we have to learn how to connect, and that gives us some insights into where the disconnects are. And I think that having that open door with different groups, and this happens in kelp and restoration programs. For example, we're trying to increase the number of sea otters along the California coast, and the good news about that is that we've shown that through science that will increase resilience to climate change and also improve your habitat, which is great. But you've got to talk to fishermen who don't really feel good about that. They're kind of worried, and so there's always a moment where you're trying to figure out, how do I translate this? And it's an important role for many organizations, including universities and the students. So I think it's nice to have exposed all of the interns to all the different voices that are going to come at you when you're a practitioner. Very helpful.
So curious to hear your perspective for those who worked on the seafood wash stuff. Like, there's a lot of information, but there's also gaps, right? Because there's things we don't know, or people aren't sharing the information. So I'm curious, what are some of the most important data gaps that you encountered that hindered your ability to provide the information that would help guide these sustainability assessments, and then the companies that want to actually do something with that?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I think one of the largest ones that we saw was traceability. Being able to know where our seafood is coming from is actually very challenging, because there's so many different steps it takes, like talking about shrimp. All of those shrimp from all of those individual aquaculture ponds are all thrown together, and then they go to one person, and then the other, and then the other. And a statistic that Alyssa brought up earlier was that 90% of that data doesn't get passed from one group to the next. And so figuring out how can we pass that data on so that it gets to that end consumer. And a really cool group that we learned about it's called GDST, or the Global Dialogue for Seafood Traceability. And what that was they brought together a ton of different constituents and talked about what kind of data do they need to pass along. How can we standardize this approach, because you have all these different buyers asking for different things from the suppliers, and the suppliers don't have the capacity to go and find all that information, because maybe they have it, or maybe they have to ask the person before them. So how can we standardize that language? How can we do it in the same data format, just so that it's so much easier? And then also, talking about diverse voices earlier, the fishermen on the ground don't have time to go fish and then go back to a complex data system and input all that data. So how can we create technologies that allow it to be a lot easier on them, whether it's an app or a PDF reader or an Excel reader or some sort of AI technology? So I think those are really cool opportunities in the space to allow that data to move forward, but it's still kind of a long way to go. It's a big challenge.
Where we tried to help, one of the projects that we took on, which was, as remarked recently in a meeting we were in, was a sort of an audacious goal of transitioning certain shrimp farms in Vietnam from red to green. And one of the ways of trying to bridge this and demonstrate it's possible is actually in developing just those sorts of portable, like iPad-like, simple ways of the farms and the individuals who work there and their families to upload this information directly. It's been a really great system, which has allowed it's called a verification platform, which allows us to assure the buyers who actually come and say, if you do this, we will buy it, and they are, which is incredible. And you're seeing a lot of that on people's plates these days, including the UC system is going to be getting some of that shrimp, which is exciting. So we can model or pilot how that could work, but they have to be scaled, to your point. Fisheries data has been a very big global issue, but maybe in some regions where we're importing, we can actually influence and test different mechanisms for trying to get those data from the farms right to the buyer, which I think is important.
Quick other point on that is just to remember, like, data has a cost. It's both a cost in terms of financials, but also cost in terms of time. So asking these fishermen to give us and do all this extra thing, we have to somehow be able to financially reward them for that. And on that end too, the customer has to have a willingness to pay for that traceability. And so it's like, we say we want this. It was actually someone we interviewed, they were talking, I think, about Walmart. They're not from Walmart, but they got all this traceability data for the fish for Walmart. And then Walmart's like, yeah, I know we said we want this, but we actually don't really want this. So it was really interesting. It's like, there needs to be that willingness to pay as well.
Yeah, I think really, our project is just kind of different, and we were really looking at the gaps in data, and just information in general between the state. We were presented with the issue of these people involved in kelp restoration throughout the state. They don't maybe necessarily know what's going on. In Northern California, they might not know what's happening in Southern California. Maybe one approach that wants to happen has already been done, and there's been lessons learned and failures or whatever the situation might be. And I think our project, we really explored that and found the ways that we can kind of synthesize all the information and put it together. And it initially started with a very specific target audience, but I think as the project grew, we really had the creative freedom to find how we can share it with just the public as well, and really make it digestible and accessible that a commercial fisherman that doesn't have the time could go through and read it, or commercial urchin divers or anyone here could go through and read it, and it might not be so daunting. I think another thing that we found kind of to facilitate this challenge was the use of citizen science, especially in California. Reef Check and the Kelp Forest Alliance allows divers to go out recreationally and contribute to such large ecosystems. The marine habitats are so difficult to know everything that's happening, but using citizen science was a really unique way that I think we found to substitute that.
I think we have a minute and a half for a last question. So you're not going to all have a chance to answer it, so maybe one or two of you, but we're talking about things that are happening at the state level in California and then globally, and I'm just curious if you have some reflections on challenges or opportunities when working at a state level within a country compared to thinking globally. What are the differences that you faced in the projects and the way you think about it?
Yeah, I can start. We only looked at California to begin with, but inherently, kelp loss is a global issue. And so what the Kelp Forest Alliance and the Nature Conservancy built back in 2022 with our supervisor, Tristan Noosh-McHugh, was this restoration guidebook for how you can restore kelp forests around the world. And one of them that really stood out to me was this seaforestation project in Korea. And they have this alliance between their federal government, commercial fishermen, aquaculturists, and any other marine stakeholders. And they have built this network of artificial reefs that are using aquaculture technology to reforest their kelp forests. And it was really successful, and they did it at a cost that was around $12,000 per hectare, which is significantly less than other kelp reforestation projects around the world. So it's a really cool example of all this collaboration that's going on, and I think California can really take a look at this and be okay, let's learn from where other states are doing, let's learn from other countries, and hopefully incorporate that into the kelp restoration and management plan that we've been talking so much about. But really cool insights that can be gained from looking past our state. I'm sure you guys have a lot too.
Just a quick thing to add, similar to that, we talked to a lot of impact investor funds, and so a big theme was that they are intentionally looking at places that are developing economies in other places in the world, and they invest in small scale farms, aquaculture farms, or primary production aquaculture farms intentionally to get them off the ground and running. And we thought that was really inspirational because I honestly before this did not know that was happening. And just one really quick example that comes to mind is one of our interviewees said that her company was about to close a deal with this seaweed farm in the Philippines, I think it was, and all of a sudden a monsoon knocked out the whole thing. But instead of abandoning that and kind of leaving them to figure it out for themselves, they were able to go through with it still and help them rebuild it. So I think it's kind of a good place to end, something that's more positive and inspirational. But yeah, so there's definitely a lot of things going on around the world, and people in California and around the country are helping internationally as well with these issues.
Margaret, we're going to have to wait. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's fine.
We got the glare over
Oh,
here.
we did? Okay, didn't see it, sorry.
So we'll all be around for the reception afterwards. There's clearly lots to talk about, and you can tell Margaret's jumping at the bit to share some more stuff. But let's thank our panelists so much for those. Great job.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I know. There's so much more to talk about. Great job.
Thank you. Yep. Yep. You got it? Look, we're twinning. See? Jocelyn, I just want to say a quick hi back. Just make sure to turn on your mic once we start. Sorry? Just turn on your mic once we start. Just push up and yeah. It's already pushed up. Isn't it already up? Oh yeah, it's on now. Yeah. We're good. Yeah.
Testing.
I think they did too.
It was a nice party favor from going to one of their meetings.
Right?
Hello? Hello? All right, let's present for our fourth panel today, which will be Bridging Data and Impact, Sustainability in Corporate Practice with our moderator, Dr. Sarah Anderson.
Hi, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here with this group of folks to think about how sustainability works inside of a business or across businesses and other organizations. And so I just want to start by quick introductions, if you wouldn't mind. Do you want to start, Laura?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks for welcoming me. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to be here. And this is my first time visiting UCSB, so I'm really happy to be here. My name is Laura Tam. I run a coalition called the Bay Planning Coalition, and Bay is San Francisco Bay in this case. We're a network of, a 40-year-old network of a variety of different public agencies and private companies that work to protect the shoreline of San Francisco Bay and think about both sustainability and economic resilience.
Hey everyone, my name is Jocelyn Bridson. I'm the Director of Environment and Community Impact at the Tillamook County Creamery Association. Hopefully some of you have Tillamook products in your fridge. We are a farmer-owned co-op founded back in 1909, and I've only worked there for 5 of those years, but I lead both our grants program, where we donate at least 4% of our income each year to nonprofits, as well as all of our environmental impact work. So I work collaboratively across facilities, fleet, and our farms to get things done for climate, packaging, water, waste, energy, all of the above. So.
Hi, my name is Karina Kays. I'm a second-year MESM here at the Bren School. My specialization is business and sustainability, but my main interest really is in the consumer packaged goods space. As a consumer myself, it would be really cool to work for a brand that I love. So it was pretty awesome to get to work with Tillamook this summer, learn a lot and eat a lot of cheese. But we'll talk a little bit more about what we did this summer in a second.
Hi, everyone. My name is Roxana, but I don't know if we did last names, but I am a fourth-year undergraduate student here at UCSB. I'm studying environmental studies and geography. Also was super excited to join Karina in Portland this summer, interning for Tillamook. Corporate sustainability was something I was very interested in, so I'm very grateful for the opportunity.
Why don't you two start by telling us about what you did in your internship and maybe some challenges you faced and had to overcome, or something that really excited you?
Yeah, so just in case you've probably heard about the Bell program, but Roxy and I got matched up this summer, so I did not know her prior, she didn't know me, but we got matched up and kind of started hanging out before the summer and decided, you know what, we're moving to Portland for the summer, so we should probably hang out a little bit. And we ended up road tripping up the coast to Portland. We camped for, I think, 3 or 4 days. It's kind of a blur now, but lots of hours together, and then ended up living together in Portland at a hostel. And then our job itself, we were on the stewardship team at Tillamook, so we like to say we got a bit of a sampler platter of sustainability. So as opposed to some of the other fellowships, we ended up having about 5 or 6 projects ranging in scale. So for myself, my biggest project that I worked on with Roxy at the beginning was benchmarking our competitors and our customers. So both people who sell cheese and similar products to Tillamook, as well as those who sell our product in stores. And our big thing was trying to figure out, like, how is sustainability being talked about at the business level? What are people reporting? What are hot topics that we need to be looking out for? Like, as of right now, biodiversity is finally being spoken about and being reported. And then also things like energy efficiency. How are people talking about it? What are they doing? What kind of goals are they setting? Just to kind of see where Tillamook can fit in and kind of step ahead when they need to. And then something else that I did was working on cow burps, as you know, lead to a lot of methane emissions. So one of my projects was figuring out, like, is there a way to add things to their feed that are perfectly natural but can help reduce those emissions?
Yeah, and so there were some other projects that both Karina and I worked on, one of which was the California Financial Risk Assessment. So California just passed a new Senate Bill 261 requiring companies who do business in California to report how climate change might affect their company, therefore their finances. So we created a little primer for the finance team at Portland, just talking about some articles kind of explained SB 261 as well as brainstorming some ways of how a dairy company might be affected by climate change and therefore how might their finances be affected. I spearheaded 2 projects, one of which was just kind of GIS work and just some troubleshooting and data organization for the company with the farm services team who are located in Tillamook, Oregon. Helping them brainstorm ways that they can best utilize ArcGIS online. And then I also did my biggest project, which is what my poster's on, if you want to see it after the reception. It's renewable energy procurement analysis. So looking at what options does Tillamook have to incorporate a renewable energy project and kind of do a feasibility assessment and see which one is most feasible for Tillamook.
We totally forgot the challenges part. But basically for me, I feel like the biggest challenge was knowing when to stop researching. With sustainability, I feel like it is a black hole of research and it can be very easy to get sucked in. Like deciding what is important to focus on, whether at the company level or as an individual, can be very hard. So setting up your scope and deciding like, okay, these are the kind of things I want to learn in these environments, talking to other people on the team to see what they find important. Obviously, we were very new to Tillamook, so we didn't quite know their values just as deeply as people on the team would. I think that, and then as a mentor, deciding like, okay, how can I help you feel confident in what you're doing, giving you the space to like take autonomy over a project and not overriding that as someone who's been in the field for quite a few years now. But
no, you did great. You're welcome. I think my biggest challenge was just gaining professional development. This was my first internship like this, working at a company, working in an office. So I think time management, project management, that was all something I kind of learned on the fly, which was a great way of learning, I think. And having Karina was a great way to overcome that challenge.
Yeah. I didn't hear you say that.
That's the idea of what should happen, so I'm glad to hear it sounds like it worked pretty well. Jocelyn, you were their supervisor, which, yeah. But she's also a Bren alum, and so can you talk a little bit about your path from Bren to Tillamook and what you took maybe from Bren into Tillamook? And how was it having a Brenny coming back and working with you?
It's great to be in 1414 on a 70-degree Friday night, so thank you all for being here. No, I think, so I went to Bren about 15 years ago, graduated 2011, water resource management. I guess prior to Bren, I worked for about 10 years in conservation work, so a lot of habitat restoration, tall grass prairies, wetlands in California, and some environmental education, Yosemite and Alaska. Came to Bren, and I fell in love with agriculture. I'd always loved food, but my group project actually was with Gill's Onions. They're an onion processor in Oxnard, and they're a growing operation. Their sister company, Rio Farms, wanted to look at the sustainability of their farming operations. So it started here at Bren with that group project, and then I was hired on by them afterwards, and I worked at a large-scale vegetable farm for about 8 years in the Salinas Valley, so near Monterey, California, the salad bowl of the nation. And in Monterey, I using my Bren skills of, okay, I'm not going to be necessarily an expert. I'm going to be working with farmers, but I really love working with farmers because they're straight shooters. There's no going around or, sort of handshakes, making deals. You've got to be a hard worker, and you've got to be honest, but also humble in what you do or don't know. So a lot of asking questions and learning more, and really that curiosity of crop science. I eventually became a certified crop advisor, so I didn't stop at Bren at learning. But they're using data, theme here is data, using data to drive down nitrogen applications and phosphorus applications on fertilizer use by analyzing a lot of soil testing data, reducing water applications by using soil moisture monitoring, and literally going out in the fields and installing it myself. So that was great in vegetables, and then the opportunity to move up to Portland and to work at Tillamook, which is a consumer-facing brand, was exciting for me. So we have that link to customers and consumers that want to see more sustainability, and obviously dairy's in a spotlight, and agriculture makes a big impact on the environment. So I love working in, I don't even like the word corporate sustainability because we are a cooperative. I love working for farmers still, and at Tillamook I've really gotten to use a lot of data too to push things forward. And your second question, how did I like hiring a Brenny? I just knew I would be getting really top quality and energetic and passionate people, and I had great interviews with everyone that I interviewed for the positions, and I'm very grateful for Karina and Roxy to join me.
Fun. Can you continue on that theme of data and tell us how you two thought about using data, and then we'll turn to Laura on that.
Yeah, so like I previously mentioned, I did a little bit of GIS work throughout the summer, and I think I had a lot of great conversations with the farm services team in Tillamook, looking at how they use ArcGIS Online to determine which of their farmers will be doing soil sampling through TCCA, Tillamook County Creamery Association, and from there seeing what the results are from the soil sampling and what these numbers mean and how will that affect the next sampling, and when will they sample next depending on the size of their land. Was really interesting to learn about. But I think I learned more about data and how that impacts decision making at TCCA through my renewable energy procurement analysis project. What we did for that project was they just let me go in and explore and see what were the different options that Tillamook has to see what is the most feasible option for a renewable energy project. And so, spoiler on my poster, a virtual power purchase agreement, or a VPPA, is what I recommended for Tillamook if they were to pursue something further. Given the present and given certain legislation that's passed, like the Big Beautiful Bill, and I think in my presentation I had things like cost, because I think that's something that's very important. when deciding for a company. I could go on and research and like, oh, on-site is amazing, but in terms of price and things and making things realistic, it was the VPPA. And then from there, I also was able to look and see how location determines the cost. So I was able to compare two different locations for a VPPA and compare how much it would affect their utility bill. And then corresponding scopes 1 and 2 emission reduction, which is really cool to calculate, which I think Jocelyn can use in the future if they do want to pursue this and show the finances team and kind of make a stronger case for why this is important, because we do have greenhouse gas emission reduction goals, and this would be great to implement.
Yeah, so a lot of my research was a little bit more qualitative. We're looking at things like, again, how are people talking about sustainability? So for us, it was understanding Tillamook's past couple years of like energy usage, for example, or how much waste was generated, how much was diverted from landfill. So understanding that baseline, looking at what's happening now, and then seeing how other companies were talking about their own goals and reaching those. So I think by looking at other companies, it was easy to see where we were ahead or providing opportunities for us to grow in certain fields. That alongside carbon accounting stuff. So while she was working on renewables in a very specific project, I did shadow someone on our team who does the carbon accounting for Tillamook. She created all her own formulas, did it from scratch, and I was able to kind of see how stuff like that is done on the ground. Because I feel like, at least in sustainability, sometimes things feel very theoretical. You hear how people do things, but no one ever really shows you like the back end of things. So it was nice to see like what those formulas could look like, where do they pull data from, how do they actually apply it and make those changes. So understanding our data in order to influence decisions for the next few years was really interesting.
Laura, you, I'm sure you use data too, but one of the other themes that came up in our conversation that we had together was collaboration. So can you talk about that collaborative process and how you and your team use collaboration to achieve sustainability goals?
I can, and I can also say for a second about data. I've used a lot of data in my career. I've worked in nonprofits, I've worked in think tanks focused on urban sustainability, I work for the federal government, I've worked for a lot of different places where data is critical to helping to present information or create the information that you need to change the way something is managed or to implement nature-based solutions or to disagree with other people in the government that their enforcement database doesn't actually reflect reality. True story. But one thing I would just want to share, many of you are students, and from my perspective of like having a 25-year career, is that like I think one thing I've really learned over that time is that it's not enough to have good data and good information. You have to tell the story and tell a story that has the right messengers and has the right sort of partners in order to get that information across to who you want to change, who your target is. Whose mind are you trying to change? What are you trying to achieve? So data is very important, but you have to use it for good. Anyway, that's something I've learned that I wanted to share. But back to collaboration. I have 3 things to say about collaboration. Collaboration is so important. My entire career has also been pinned on collaboration because it is the key to having solutions that are more effective, that are more enduring, and that are more equitable. I thought of that just this morning. I was like, oh, 3 E's, that's very clever. But what I wanted to say was that it's true that if you don't have partners, you can't walk into a legislator's office and say you have an idea. They'll say, where's labor on this? Where's environmental justice? Where are your other partners? Where's the Nature Conservancy? You have to have partners going into any policy setting to have them take you seriously. You also are going to have more effective outcomes if you partner with people in advance because they have information that you don't have, especially when it comes to community-based partners, tribal partners, community-based organizations, and others. If you don't hear their perspectives and incorporate them into a solution, your solution is probably maybe not the right one. And then collaboration, the process is important for building solutions that are enduring, that are going to last. Because again, if you don't have partnerships going in, you're probably not going to end up You might win a piece of legislation, you might win someone's hearts and mind, but somebody's going to torpedo it in the future. You haven't built something that's lasting. You've just had a good idea that was a flash in the pan. It's not enough. And then I guess I already sort of touched on the equitable piece, but like if you don't help people build trust, build power, and build strength in partnership, then your solutions aren't going to go very far either. And that helps to build the future, sort of set the table for the future, because once you've built that trust, you can go back and say, what else can we do together? What more? What's the next step? What's the next piece in the puzzle that we need to solve together? I realize these are all very theoretical, like stories that I'm telling, but I have so many other things I could tell you. So just at the break, if you want to come talk about how we made a map of nature-based solutions to restore San Francisco-based shoreline, or if you want to talk about enforcing the Clean Water Act, or if you want to talk about SB 261, I'm nice to hear a shout out there. I helped, when I was working at RLF, I helped on a campaign to help pass that legislation, so it's nice to see that coming around. So, and believe me, it had its detractors. So speaking of collaboration. Anyway, I think that's where I'll stop.
Yeah, that's great. I think actually, I just want to give a little backstory here, because their whole summer, in a way, was facilitated by a collaboration, because Roxy was part of an equitable and sustainable ag program last summer with some collaborators here at UCSB and University of Arizona, where there were, I think, 12 of you last summer, 6 from University of Arizona, 6 from UCSB, who did an intensive summer of learning coding, R, GIS. They were just immersed, not a summer, sorry, it was 2 weeks of nonstop that. And that led to you having the skills that you had and the interest and so it's just really exciting to hear, to hear these programs coming together and providing skills and experiences and then professional development, all the pieces sort of starting to come together in collaboration. So
I guess I feel like you appreciate this after taking it's on. Yeah? Hello. Oh, after taking that 2-week summer program, I went on and did the GIS series at UCSB, which led me to double major in geography, which led me even more qualified to help out with GIS this summer. So it was a great program.
I love it when one small step, then you just don't know where that's going to lead you. And so I also applaud the courage to jump into a 2-week program, not knowing quite where it's going to take you. So this came about in part because of your courage, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
So just a little on collaboration. When I was in Fresh Produce, every single month we would meet in Salinas, members from every different company, and talk about environment. A lot of times it was about regulations and complaining, but people from Earthbound Farms, Fresh Express, Taylor Farms, Rio Farms, where I worked, talking about the issues, how do we address this, how do we drive down our resource use, and getting updates from UC Cooperative Extension scientists, so farmers using science. And now at Tillamook, we collaborate internally quite a lot, and they were able to sit in on some of those meetings, kind of like a wallflower, but even more, you're asking questions. But every single month we meet with our farm services team that services our co-op members directly, and we have a natural resources lead on that team. We meet with our R&D team to talk about sustainable packaging goals and the work they're doing, because it's not just my sustainability team, it's actually they're the experts at packaging. Same with supply chain team. We have different tools that we use to track the sustainability of our suppliers, including SEDEX and EcoVadis, and just meeting with them. So there's a lot of internal collaboration, and we call it, one of our strategic plan foundations is integrated stewardship. It's not just one team or one person, it's these different experts are leading their own work streams towards a common goal. And then also in the dairy industry, similar to produce, we're part of the Innovation Center for U.S. Dairy that represents over 80% of fluid milk that's produced in the U.S., has a 2050 climate goal, has water and water use and water quality goals, and we meet regularly too with different committees on greenhouse gas emissions and water use and packaging, all of the different topic areas as well. So there's a lot of industry collaboration of trying to push the needle. And again, it's similar to aquaculture where it's pre-competitive and we talk about best practices and have fun too, because I think we're stronger and we're better in numbers, and there is some happiness and commiseration too when you're struggling, or there's, you want to talk about the reporting burdens that you have, but you also talk about good ideas, and I think there's a lot to be said for collaboration.
You two told me a story about collaboration. They told me a story about a visit to a waste treatment plant, and since I have a young teenage boy at home, I can't pass up when there's an opportunity to bring in poop. That's that's highly prized in my household. Probably not highly prized in this room, but we're going to go there anyway. Tell us about this visit, because it came up in our conversation as a really this was a very important visit to a waste treatment plant.
Yeah, I had an epiphany at this trip. I honestly think so. So for context, Karina and I were offered the opportunity to join two others from the stewardship team, as well as two engineers. I believe one is an engineer, the other one might be a different title, but nonetheless, they were not sustainability focused or driven all the time, and we're able to join touring two of these wastewater treatment plants and tune in on these conversations that they were having. And I guess as a side note, I'm sure a lot of us here have struggled or currently are struggling with imposter syndrome. Guilty. I'm a transfer student, first generation college student. There's often times where I feel like I'm in conversations and I don't feel qualified or smart enough to be in conversation, but I think it was so interesting to see how well the two in the stewardship team were able to carry a conversation with those who are experts in the field, and they still had stuff to bring to the table, and they were able to collaborate and bring different perspectives and ask the quote-unquote silly questions, which only brought more clarity to the conversation and ironed things out. And I remember asking one after, how did you prepare for that? You sound so well-versed in the lingo. Karina and I, we were like, what does that mean? We were trying to Google things. And they told us, of course they've worked with the engineers in the past and they knew a little bit, but more so they were just curious, and that's what drove a lot of conversation. And that's where I was like, oh my gosh, I don't need to know it all to be able to be qualified to apply for a job. If I'm going to be entering the workforce soon, there's jobs that don't require you to know it all, if that makes sense.
And it's okay to ask those questions, because often somebody else in the room has that same question, right? Or it clarifies for you, or yeah. Does anybody else want to add to this conversation?
Well, I would just put a plug in, as interdisciplinary students at the Bren School, you inevitably will not be a specialist in any one area until you get maybe further in your career, or you really want to dive into a certain topic. I don't know anything about coding. I love that. You guys know how to code. I can't do that, and that's okay. But asking the right questions, I don't have too much more to add, but I just don't be afraid to be good at a lot of things. And I think though science, communication, and how you connect with people is probably the most important skill for most jobs, but definitely in business, definitely working with farmers, being humble, and yes, asking those questions like, hey, especially if you're talking with a landowner, you've been managing your land now for generations. Tell me more. What are your challenges? What have you seen? What changes have you seen? What practices do you have? I'm curious, why do you do it this way or that way? And being open-minded, I think, is probably the biggest skill you could have.
I was just going to add on by saying I have no corporate sustainability background. I actually came back to Bren because I had worked in nonprofits for about 5 years. I absolutely hated my undergrad degree, kind of got stuck doing environmental toxicology, which is very organic chemistry focused. And I ended up getting a job on the farm on campus as a way of being in nature, connecting with my food, that whole thing. But I kind of stumbled upon the idea of working for more mission-driven companies or mission-driven organizations, and was able to work in spaces where the work that I was doing was benefiting somebody else. And it really taught me to ask the right questions as far as, what pain points are you suffering from? How can we best help you? And I think bringing that into sustainability, like that's part of why I enjoy it so much, is you really don't need to know it all. You just need to know who to talk to answer those questions. So yeah, communication, like you said.
That's a really good point. I was just going to say, like, definitely don't be afraid to ask the question, because I think earlier in my career, I would be like, oh no, those people are throwing acronyms around and I don't know what they are, so I'm going to have to research that later or Google it. Just say, what does that mean? Just confront people, because sometimes that kind of stuff can be weaponized and used to like exclude and make the in crowd and the people who know the acronyms and have been in the places, like they can use it to be like, you know, whatever, make their technological understanding apparent only to the people that they really want to include in the conversation. You have to break that open and make it more democratic. So I'm glad that that's great.
All right, let's go a quick lightning round of a skill that you have found most valuable working here, and maybe we'll have time for one audience question after that. It's a skill that we've established asking questions. It's definitely a skill. Karina, you look like you have.
Unfortunately, my skill that I had prepared for was communication, but I feel like you explained it very well earlier, so I won't try and re-explain. But again, knowing your audience, knowing what questions to ask, being curious, I feel like all of that is really important in sustainability. It doesn't matter what field you end up going into, but I do feel like in order for us to make an impact in the field that we do decide on, knowing who you're helping and what they really need help with, and making sure they're part of the conversation is like the most important thing you can do.
It's similar, but I'd say even more specifically storytelling. So getting people and that buy-in continuously, it's kind of exhausting, to be honest, because my whole career I've been environment matters. Why do I have to keep saying that? But you do have to continually remind / convince folks like this is going to be worth it. This other one would be ROI, like proving ROI of sustainability is increasingly important, especially in the climate that we're in now of, do we need this, do we want this? There's a lot of people that think, of course we need it, and other people that think we don't, so pushing things towards we got to do this.
I guess if there's one skill that I've picked up over the years that has been really valuable, it's going back to our beautiful keynote speaker's comment about tying things together. I think a lot of times people can get pretty focused in a silo in which they represent, who they work with, what they're doing, this project, that data, and being able to step back and see the connections between different groups in order to facilitate collaboration is important. So keep building it.
I was just going to say also, communication was very evident in the office, and seeing how we had like monthly meetings with different teams and how collaboration is so important. Also just being able to communicate things in an easily digestible manner for people who might not know the lingo, and we're not going to do that, and we're going to explain what acronyms mean.
Great. Yeah. Explaining acronyms is a skill. I think we have time for one audience question if we've got one.
I guess on the note of asking questions and feeling underqualified, here's me. But I wanted to know, to what extent do you think these considerations you need to make to stay realistic and cost effective is hindering the extent to which you can be sustainable? And if these realistic standards were removed, would your recommendations for sustainability differ?
How much is the trade-off between?
I mean, that's the billion-dollar question, right? So I think making the case in multiple ways. There's often sustainability efforts have regulatory benefits, or you're getting ahead of regulations that might come. They could have consumer benefits. They might choose your product over another. They might actually improve your customer relationship. It was mentioned before, but we do have Costco and Walmart and Target, Ahold Delhaize. They're asking us for our information. So there's that threat of, continued, do they want to keep buying from us? But there's also that benefit of do they want to invest in their supply chain, for example, on climate action, called carbon insetting instead of carbon offsetting? So all of these benefits that we can lay out in a numeric and financial way that says, yes, it costs this, but now we've got a resource savings. We're, for renewable energy, maybe we're getting a payback in 6 years, 4 years. California, sometimes you put up an array. We did at the farm I worked at, it was within 4 years. So that was a really good payback, and that system's going to last 25, 30 years. But anyway, all of these places have potentially some financial payback, but it is hard to put a number on it. But I guess going back to the essence of your question, our farmers founded our co-op in over 100 years ago, 115 years ago, but in 2017, as a board, the farmer-led board said, we want to embed our business into stewardship. And so they wrote up a charter, and we continue to follow it to this day, but it will always be, how much do we dedicate toward this stakeholder and then our other 5 stakeholders that we have.
That was a very good, that was a very good answer. So join me in thanking our panel.
Thanks for bringing up the sustainable equitable. We never mentioned it. I know, we didn't talk about it, but I was like, this has to come up.
Okay. I got a pocket in there somewhere.
Hello? Hello? Hi. Last but not least, this will be our final panel of the day. Cultivating Change, Regenerative Agriculture for a Climate Resilient Future. With our moderator, Dr. Kelly Kaler.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here, and thank you all for being here today. It's been a wonderful event. I'm looking forward to the reception afterwards to continue all the conversations that have been going on. Before we get started, I just wanted to we'll just go quick introduction of the panelists. I'll just let them kind of rotate through and introduce themselves. Maybe Issa, since you've got a mic in your hand, you can launch us off.
Yeah, okay. Hey everyone, my name's Issa Elias. I'm a second-year MESM student, and this summer I had the opportunity to work with Ann Close at the White Buffalo Land Trust to develop an interactive dashboard for them to inform their rotational grazing strategy, so how and when they move cattle around their land. I also worked with Jared Umphris, who is enjoying Costa Rica right now as a third-year environmental studies student, studying abroad.
Hi everyone, my name is Zoe Sims. I'm a fourth year PhD student here at the Bren School. I mostly study agricultural diversification in the ecology of agricultural systems and the impacts of crop diversity, both on production and also on nutrient cycling. I had the great pleasure of working with Andy McNeil here this summer on part of that work.
Hey everybody, I'm Ann Close. I'm the Director of Research for White Buffalo Land Trust. We have a 1,000-acre ranch in northern Santa Barbara County where we practice principles of regenerative agriculture. Basically, that means a lot of things to a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But what it means is that we're trying to rebuild the system rather than be extractive. How can we restore soil health? How can we rebuild biodiversity? How can we help the watershed? And how can we farm so that we have more nutritious food? And just super grateful to be here.
And I'm Ashley Boren. I'm the longtime CEO of a California nonprofit called Sustainable Conservation, and we work to bring diverse interests together to find solutions and scale solutions to environmental issues. We do a lot of work with the agricultural sector. And I want to say I'm just really thrilled to be here. I've never been to the Bren School, and I have hired many Bren students over the years, and I am currently the proud employer of 3. So.
Hi everybody, my name's Andy. This summer I was a Bell Fellow working with Zoe on nitrogen cycling. So I built this large data set to really determine if crop diversification in fields could help improve nitrogen use efficiency. And currently I'm working with Renee and Zoe to interview farmers in the Midwest that are practicing these practices and seeing how they're doing it, why they're doing it, and how it works. So yeah.
Thanks, Andy. And one of the great things about having a terrific panel is, as a moderator, I was thinking, I'm going to have to define regenerative agriculture for you guys, but Ann nailed it. So, yeah, absolutely. And it really does encompass a lot of different practices. And you'll hear, all these different projects that the students were working on are all different aspects of regenerative agriculture. And I just think, just starting with the students, and Isa, I swear I'm not picking on you because you're next to me, but I'd like you all to kind of take turns kind of sharing, how you came to be engaged in this kind of work. All of you are very stakeholder driven. You're connecting with the people that you're trying to help and trying to improve the practice of. And in that context, really kind of what moments during your experiences this summer or even leading up to that got you to where you are, kind of really shaped your thinking about the links between the work you're doing, which is you're thinking about improving agriculture, but also the way that relates to issues around community resilience, environmental justice, the broader set of challenges that we're facing.
Yeah, sure. Okay, there we go. Easy first question. I'll take that. So I think to kind of first illustrate a little bit about what we were doing to make sense, why, and this will make sense, is we were working with White Buffalo Land Trust, so they've got this 1,000-acre ranch, and they have a lot of data that they actually pay for currently for that lists different parameters of soil health and land health across that 1,000 acres. So our job, mine and Jared's, was to take that and to turn it into a usable product, and so they get daily updates and actually see pasture by pasture, which they determine what those pastures actually look like, what the different parameters are. and that's on a daily basis, so then that can help them understand track changes over time, as well as very specifically move their cattle around, so know when to do that. I think what really interested me in this work is the kind of one of the core tenets of regenerative agriculture, which is the social dimension. And so it's not just looking at the food system, it's devoid of people. It really centers people at the core. And so I think that initially got me really interested in this, but then also just coming to Bren, I have a very quantitative background, and so it's easy to ask the questions that you can do with numbers, and also you get really good at doing the tool, like how you're doing something is what you get really good at and you get trained at with a quantitative background. But I think what's been really good and plug for the Bren education is learning how to ask the question of like what you're doing, and also more broadly why you're doing it. And so working with Anne and Arushi, her colleague, who the two of them we met with every week and worked closely with, I think it started to become evident that the problem, their framing of the problem is the most important part of the start of the project, because we could go off and build a tool and they could say, oh, this isn't, this is great, but it's not really usable. And this is something that we want them to use every day and they will wake up and use with their coffee. But so I think just quickly touching on that, like them being the stakeholder in this point, or them being the key client and the key user of this, was really at the heart of kind of the questions we were asking, and also, I don't even want to say allowing, but yes, making sure they're framing the question of kind of what needs to get done. I think that was a powerful part, and I think that also maybe speaks to a larger, I think as Jim mentioned his powerful speak in the beginning, is who asks that question really drives the conservation objectives and can really determine what success looks like there. So I thought this was a small lesson into a big, hopefully, career trajectory of sort of how to engage with what is both a client but then also a stakeholder here. Yeah.
Thanks, Isa. For my perspective, my background was in ecology, and then I worked in the state legislature in my home state for about 4 years before coming to the Bren School. And I really chose to come here because I love the way I wanted to get a PhD, focused on the dialogue between science, policy, and implementation practice. So my research focuses on agricultural diversification. Probably most of us are familiar with I would say probably a core tenet of the field of ecology and of sort of human intuition since time immemorial, that diversity is good for ecosystems, for productivity, and for resilience, and for their efficiency in terms of how nutrients are used. But when we look at our agricultural systems, that's not what's happening. In industrial agriculture, it pretty much exclusively grows monocultures. Maybe they're rotated year after year, but we put one crop in the field at a time. And so my PhD research is trying to better understand the impacts of in-field crop diversification. We call it intercropping, and both for production and for nutrient use efficiency, which has then all these downstream impacts for the way fertilizer and nutrients in agricultural systems become pollutants to water and to air. So classic ecology and classic just life, all these things are connected. So my work is both looking at the science of the agronomy of these practices, and then also how farmers can, and where they're limited in their ability to implement the theory or the ecological idea of crop diversity. Andy might speak a little more on that.
Yeah, I can take it from here. So this summer we've been working a lot with a bunch of farmers and everybody in the Midwest. I really got into this because my mom grew up in a small town in Iowa, and the last 2 summers, or actually for the last 10 years, I've spent time in Iowa working or just living out there. And this is the first year I didn't go back, but I've had this like ability to communicate with these people doing these interesting practices across the state and across the area, where they're trying to like better the systems and work on the systems. And I feel like every person that cares about the environment in a way, or is like doing research on it, has like sat back in a moment being like, what is this all for? Like, obviously this is bad. Like, how do we fix it? What's the point? And I feel like incorporating shareholder opinions and talking to the people that are actually implementing these practices to make them user-friendly and able to be implemented in a way that's overall sustainable, not just environmentally, but like economically, socially, and culturally. This is like, with agriculture and like farming, it's a very cultural practice. And it's kind of crazy. It's an interesting culture, but I love it. It's like so fun to learn about. And talking to these people that are doing the things, they have like these crazy machinery that tear up the ground. Absolutely, I don't know. They just put so much into it, and it's their lives, and they love to talk about it. It makes you like passionate for it in a way where I didn't think I could be so passionate about an ear of corn. But they do that, and it's crazy. But it's like having these conversations with these shareholders really make the science worth it to me. And I think that's like kind of an overall feeling for most of us. So yeah.
That's awesome. Well, Ashley and Ann, you've come to stakeholder engagement and agricultural practice research and policy making from different perspectives as well. I'm wondering if you want to share some of your stories of how you got into this area and how it's impacted the way you think about problem solving.
I got into this. Is this on? Yeah. I actually was working, after I graduated from college, I worked for the Nature Conservancy in Latin America, and specifically in Costa Rica. And at that time, this is in the early mid-'80s, the traditional approach was you protect land, you set it aside, and you basically keep everybody out. And I really witnessed firsthand how that pitted the local communities against conservation. It was like, this is not going to work. And so that got me very interested in how can we help people make a livelihood while also stewarding the resources. So that's how I ended up in this. And it's really about the themes all day, from the wonderful keynote is about collaboration, listening, curiosity, respect. Those are all so important, and we use them every day.
It's hard to give a short answer to this. I'm actually an oceanographer, and over the reception I can explain what an oceanographer is doing talking about cows. But I think, we've been talking about partnerships and the importance of them, and I think the special sauce is compassion and empathy and really listening. And that was one of the things that I thought was so amazing this summer was Jared and Asa just didn't come in and say like, okay, you guys have a question, this is how we're gonna answer it. It was very much this back and forth that was not only just really rewarding to me, because I think in my past, I sort of felt like I was trying so hard, like, be interested in this, damn it, this is what you should care about, instead of like taking a breath and listening and, that phrase, meet people where they are, what are you interested in? And we could talk about soil carbon, for 5 minutes usually before people's eyes start to roll. But when we start to tell them that the interesting thing about rotational grazing is it affects the nutrient density of your beef. And so, cows that are managed in a certain way, it's actually healthier for you. And then you have people's attention. So I think it's like, for me, it's just getting out of my own mindset and listening to people, and that's how to make change happen.
Yes, that's great. And I think it leads to a conversation piece I wanted to have that follows up on this idea of just like maybe we have some compelling idea or some compelling vision of what we want to see happen, but like what are the, in your experiences, like where do you identify the bridges that allow you to really translate maybe some understanding of what is possible into real policy and real outcomes? And we think about bridges, but also what are the challenges to that as well? I saw her grabbing a mic.
I think you wanted me to do this one first. We talked about this about how you get a practice into policy into a standard practice, and it's usually science. Unfortunately, in and of itself is just not going to always do it. And one story I'll share from the past couple of years, California passed something called the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which is a very important first major law in 100 years in California because we've overdrafted our aquifers so severely. Well, one of the ways that is being promoted to figure out how much water a farmer is using is through evapotranspiration. So that's all good, except we think cover crops are very important. Cover crops are very important for water resilience. They're very important for carbon. They're important for so many reasons. And because evapotranspiration from satellites only looks at what is transpired, this important law was going to have the unintended consequence of disincentivizing cover crops. And we already don't have cover crops on enough irrigated agricultural land. So we brought all the scientists together, and actually what we'll find is the scientists don't always agree with each other on everything. And so how are we going to communicate that cover crops have much more water benefit than just what's seen through what's transpired? So we were able to convince them that what could they conservatively say that we could then take to policymakers. And this group of scientists came together and said, we can conservatively say that if you use cover crops, you're going to reduce runoff and increase infiltration into the ground by at least 40%. Conservatively, it's probably much higher. But the great news is by doing that and them all coming together to say that together, that was a powerful statement that a policymaker could understand. And so we just had recently a local groundwater sustainability agency is now creating a credit for farmers who grow cover crops on their land. But that's the idea of kind of taking that from science to policy and practice.
Yeah, for us, it's a communication issue. We're speaking different languages. And so the best way to get over that is to get everybody in the same room. I mean, a Zoom call doesn't work because people, particularly trying to get farmers and ranchers on a Zoom call, that's a whole thing in and of itself. But we've just found, so quick story, we had an amazing group of MESM students, and they were looking at, part of their project was kind of organizing all the certifications that were available, organic, regenerative, all these things that completely confuse the consumer. And they were making all of that much more digestible for the farmers and ranchers. Fantastic, they loved it. And when they showed them the handout, so we had them, everybody was out at the ranch, and when we showed them the handout, there's a QR code on it. And some of the older farmers and ranchers said, hard no, we don't like QR codes. It freaks us out. And that's not something we ever would have come up with. And there's no judgment there at all. It's just, thank you, that's part of your culture, that makes you uncomfortable. We can get around that, no problem. But again, it's just this getting people together, usually with food, maybe a little bit of wine from our vineyard, that doesn't hurt. But just that listening and empathy and judgment free. And I've just found the Bren students to be absolutely amazing at that. Our group, we call ourselves relentless optimists, and the Bren students kind of make us bump that up even higher.
That's great. Well, Zoe, I know a little bit about your work as a co-advisor. So, and a lot of your work has shown, and work that you've done with Andy, is that there are substantial benefits at the yield scale for growing multiple crops in the same field, and yet adoption rates are very low, and now you're kind of starting to talk to farmers about that. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, in your experiences and kind of how you square the circle between the data that you see even in the studies that have been done and then the reality on the ground and what that implies.
Yeah, absolutely, thanks. So Andy's work this summer was included being part of this meta-analysis that I've been working on. We've read hundreds of papers and extracted their data, and intercropping in general increases yields on average by 20 to 30%. It's not a small increase, and so why aren't farmers all over the US doing this? Well, possibly a lot of reasons, and so we went to go ask the actual farmers and find out, and we learned there are a lot of challenges, but including and that there are farmers who are doing these practices anyway. So we're hearing from them both what the issues are in implementation and also how they overcome them. What are some of the policies that are in place? So one of the big issues you might be able to guess is machinery. That all of the machinery made for growing major commodity crops at scale assumes monoculture. And so the farmers we're talking with who've figured out ways around this are often spending like an entire winter retrofitting a tractor in their barn. They're communicating with each other. There's a vibrant community of farmers doing intercropping and relay cropping, which is a type of intercropping, and sharing practices on Twitter, and trading tips about what was your crop density and how much nitrogen did you put on that field. And so it's been super exciting for us to start to hear from the farmers themselves about the paths they're finding forward in a super monoculture oriented industry, all the way from the seeds to the herbicides to the buyers, the markets for their products are all oriented on monoculture, and some of them are finding ways forward regardless, and sharing that information with each other. Do you want to add anything, Andy?
Yeah, I can totally add some more. I think, so right now I've continued on and I've still working with Renee and Zoe, and my weeks consist of listening to these interviews that we've done, some of which I've already listened to and sat in on, but some of them are new. But I just listen to a lot of farmers talk about what they do all day, every day, and that they love so deeply, and I love it. It's fun. It's nice to hear people be so passionate. But one of the things that I'm looking at is or hearing in these interviews is that insurance is a big thing too. This is at the end of the day a business for them and it's their livelihood. And there's not a lot around them. They are in the middle of nowhere doing these things. They're kind of on their own little island and there's no kind of backup to this. So it's really looking at these policies. The machinery is a huge thing. That's a big beast to tackle that I don't even yet understand. I'll get there. But these are just people trying to get through their day at the end of the day, and you have to meet them where they're at. And I think, and what you're saying about speaking their language is a big deal. They'll rattle off about this machinery, and I'm I'll understand that eventually, but for right now I'm just gonna write it down. But it's these are just people doing their thing, and we're trying to make their thing more efficient and more sustainable. But with that comes its hurdles and its leaps and bounds and setbacks. But yeah.
So Isa, this connection between technology and policy is particularly acute for the work you've been doing. I mean, you've got these remote sensing products, something out in space is kind of all of a sudden telling farmers what they should be doing on their property. And you worked obviously with White Buffalo over the summer to kind of try to resolve some of just at that user scale, what do we need from that product that helps us make a decision. I'd love to hear what were the challenges of kind of working through that, and then how do you think about, okay, do you do that for each person one by one? How do you build tools that are useful to enough people to make the tools actually useful?
Yeah, I can give my thoughts on that, though I don't know if I have the answer. Because I think it is, so one thing that was really cool coming into the project that Anna and Narushi really wanted to do was make this completely open source. And so that includes the data as well as the software platform used. And that with the intention of sticking true to White Buffalo's values and mission of trying to help be an incubator and spread regenerative agriculture. And so I think that is a big part of it is making that, I think as Ashley mentioned, data is expensive, and there are platforms thank you for bringing up evapotranspiration, Ashley, because that's kind of at the heart of a lot of these models that use satellite imagery and data to be able to inform on what evapotranspiration, on the levels of evapotranspiration on the land, and so there are open source versions of that, and they, I think that coupled with using, I also did a dashboard, there's a couple other shiny appers in here, and so there's some open source platforms that you can use to create some really cool interactive platforms the challenges though, I think are kind of exactly those questions you posed of, okay, so we did it this once, can this be an example, a demonstration of, okay, this is what this could look like for your land. You could use this to get a better idea of, from a bird's eye view of what the different crops or pastures are looking like, to help you manage the land and to not overgraze, which is a core of the rotational grazing strategy. And so I see it as a really small steps. That's how I justify it to myself of the I think importance, because it's this isn't going to be something that we can just turn the crank and necessarily move on every single land. I mean, each watershed is going to be different soil types, different geology, different hydrology, and so. Also, I mean, that brings up calibration of the data too, which is a whole nother challenge too of making meaning out of the satellite imagery. Will give you a value, but or have you ground truth that at the specific crop type, at the specific soils, hydrology, aspect ratio, et cetera. And so there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But I think it's cool to be able to show you can potentially use this, and I would love to be able to take the next step with this project and bring it to farmers and ranchers in other areas that maybe don't benefit as much from the luxuries of being in Santa Barbara, to be able to say, hey, would this be something that would be actually useful, just to get just a survey, just to understand, is this something that can be used? And I think I'd be really curious to hear about that. But I think, yeah, it's a test bed is the way I'm seeing it. And would love for another MEDS or MESN project to be able to keep moving this along with White Buffalo. Yeah.
It may have felt like a small step for you. It was a huge step for our organization, and because we do outreach to so many other farmers and ranchers, really the impact of this is really quite large, and we are inspired by the work of Jared and Isa. We did just apply for a MEDS capstone program, and yay! And one of the things we're going to be looking at there is comparing open source data to proprietary data, so that other farmers and ranchers who may not have the resources that we do could still benefit from this. And just super quick story, when Jared and Isa presented this to our team, everybody was very grown up about it. And then when we got off the Zoom call, our director of land stewardship said, "What just happened?" Like, the amount that was accomplished in such a short period of time just really blew the whole team away. So, yeah.
That's tremendous. Thank you. So we have a little bit of time left, and I just I wanted to touch back on a point that Zoe, you mentioned in passing about, we think a lot about how to translate knowledge into policy or into practice, and we think a lot about science communication in that regard. And one of the things that keeps coming up, and that I've heard from you all already today, and I'd like to hear more, is just that science communication is not just like what you're saying, but who's saying it and who's listening and who's being heard, right? And I would just love to kind of hear more, like, obviously, like, the regenerative farmers of TikTok is great, right? But like, what other experiences have you guys had where, like, it wasn't just kind of unlocking that piece of information, but also kind of figuring out who could help communicate it and spread the word?
I think I can actually start us out. As I've gone through these interviews and I've done the research on the back end, being the researcher looking at the nitrogen use efficiency of all these farms, there's this theme that's not even a theme, but a couple of farmers have mentioned that there's this one woman at Iowa State that they just dislike so strongly, and it's a patch. They just dislike her so strongly, and it's just it's more of this overall, she's a one-off example, but kind of this disconnect between farmers and people, and these researchers, and the research and academia side, all of us, and that's what, we're learning it as we go, but we don't know their life. And I feel that was kind of something that I really, it stuck out to me throughout all of this, is these people don't, they feel so unseen in this moment. And my entire goal and our entire goal of our project and everything that we do is to make these people feel seen. And so much of that is the way that we communicate with them and the way that we present ourselves, and really try to meet them where they're at 110% of the time. But yeah, that's my...
I feel for that woman. I do think that actually represents something, though, that's important, that university research doesn't always connect to how it actually is to actually run a farm. So it's so important that this research actually happen on working farms as well, to gather the data and to communicate it. And one of the things we learned early on is, farmers listen to other farmers. And so the more you can support farmers sharing what's successful for them, and having them have, field days that maybe we'll help set up, but we're never going to be the ones speaking. It's always going to be the farmers talking to the farmers. And Zoe, what you described of the network that they have, that's such a great example of how I do really think things can scale. We've had that experience with something called on-farm groundwater recharge. Farmers are really innovative, and one farmer just realized, hey, I could let this flood water spread over my farm field that has sandy soils, and it's going to recharge the aquifer. And all his neighbors thought he was crazy. They really just thought he was insane. He was going to kill his crops. He was going to hurt his yields, and none of that happened. Yet as we realized, this could be a real solution. But as we tried to, we had him speak to other farmers, and as we started holding other field days, it was actually kind of hard to get a farmer to stand up and tell the other farmers this is what they were doing, because they were a little embarrassed, because it was not the norm. It's sort of, farmers care. There is a culture of clean fields and how you do things. And so, but by the time we hit 2023, which was that really wet year, we were holding one of these field days, and the farmers were all fighting for the microphone to talk about how great this practice was, how everybody could be part of the solution, and everybody should get on board. So
it's really great. Well, we have just less than a minute left, so I'm afraid not to open it up for 30 seconds. How about this? We're at the end of the day, so if you have questions for the panel, they would love to talk to you during the reception. But thank you all very much. It was great to hear from you. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, man. I saw your look of desperation. You're like, no.
Before we go out to the reception, don't take us to the reception yet, Kelly. All right, before we go to the reception, we get a chance to hear from Michael Mantell, whose name you have heard today about 100 times. Is that right? Have you heard your name 100 times? So I'm just here to introduce Michael, who will wrap up our day before we go out and see the posters and get to have a reception. If you haven't met Michael Mantell, he worked for a very long time at the Resources Legacy Fund, which actually conserved during over 5 million acres, I think probably under your watch. All of it, and was really instrumental in getting a lot of funding, actually, for lots and lots of conservation projects. I think on the order of $30 billion in funding that was leveraged across private, public, all sorts of things. And because he was so instrumental, his colleagues, his friends, gave this gift in his honor when he retired, and he gets to come here every year and see what happens out of this gift. And so with that, I think I'll turn it over to Michael to wrap up this wonderful session. And thank you for coming, Michael.
Hopefully this works. It does. So, thank you, Sarah, for that. It's a privilege to be here. I'm, of course, overwhelmed each year by the fact that this is in my name, but more importantly, I'm overjoyed by its creation and what it means for the future of our environment and for our humanity, and on a deep personal level, for those of you who are fellows and mentors, and for those of you who will be so in the future. I have deepest respect and thanks for former Dean Steve Gaines for working with the RLF board, particularly its chair Buzz Thompson and Vice Chair Jeannie Sedgwick and other colleagues on the board of Resources Legacy Fund and some of the other longtime partners and friends of mine to create this fellowship and symposium. I also want to deeply thank Lotus Vermeer, Patty Winans, Leslie Figueroa, Renee Marshall, and many others who've worked so hard on the fellowship program and this symposium. So let's please all give them a round of applause. It's an amazing amount of work to put all this together, and I'm astounded by how much has been done in the last 4 years. I know on many levels that we all feel, at times at least, that this country and the world at large seem to be spinning out of control. Wars, mass shootings, federal raids on innocent people, killing of innocent people, alternative facts, disinformation, social media overload, all leading to deep anxiety about our future, for us individually, personally, and for the planet. But people like you fellows and the mentors that you work, the grad students, the faculty, and the projects that you're working on give me, and I think I can speak for all of you in this room, such hope and a sense of positive confidence about our future. Really, what an amazing afternoon this was. I will be brief, knowing that it's been a long time sitting and I'm standing in the way of the reception and some good food and some good informal conversations with a lot of the members who participated in this symposium. So I just want to briefly remark on his great story as a 6-year-old of tying things together and how it's led to his life. And also, and I've thought a lot about this, but not in the terms that Jim so eloquently put it, about the lamp of relationships and the lamp of the Enlightenment and realism. And I think we all carry some of that with us. And I so worry about, in these times, about where the lessons and the things that have come out of the Enlightenment are disappearing. But I have hope when I go to sessions like this that it's very much alive. But that we need to carry those lamps together all the time, that they relate to another. Reasons and relationships, as Jim said, walk together. And that we need to start with places, that we need to change partnership work, relationships are not transactional, that we need to, I love this, we need to embrace innovation that restores balance, that invests in imagination, invests in arts and culture, not just policy and science. Because without imagination, strategy is just paperwork. So true, and we've all lived it. And not to manage nature, but to join with nature. So critical. And I've had the pleasure of getting to work with Jim for several years on many things, but also enjoying each other's company on some incredible river rafting trips. And as Jim says on each trip, what happens on the river stays on the river. But thank you so much, Jim, for all you do and for your insights today. In the first panel on marine protected areas, I love the notion of protection paradoxes about evolution may make species less resilient to external factors, and that and climate change, of course, is one, but that the marine protected areas we've established, and many of you in this room, we worked together over like 8 years to create the first scientifically derived network of marine protected areas in the world for the whole California coast that actually was recently recognized by the International Union of Conservation Nature, the world body, on its green list of what an enormous accomplishment it is. And it's the first network of protected areas actually to be on that IUCN list. But that, there was a comment that got me that, and it kind of came across in a number of different panels, but one of the panelists said they had to go through 1,500 abstracts, but there were 12 relevant studies that came out of it. But you have to do all that detailed work to find out what's really important. And And then, of course, the incredible work with tribes on the designation and the growing science of environmental DNA is really, really transformative for the management of the marine resources in general, but marine protected areas in particularly. In the second panel on coding equity and building inclusive STEM futures, I was so taken by, focusing on young international women getting more and understanding science and wanting to care more about it and wanting to spend their time learning about it, and the development of lesson plans, creation of a new app for K through 12, and having within that representing diversity. It gives me just such hope of where people from all different different regions, different walks of life can come together in understanding and caring about the importance of science. We heard the term climate anxiety, which is a term that many of us hear all the time, in addition to all the other anxieties we feel. I love the comment about have your mother look at your code, because that's what will sustain it in the future. We all know the important roles that mothers play in our lives. But it just, again, and I think what I'm so taken with the Bren School, and I've been involved with the Bren School on many things through the years, along with several other UC and university campuses, is this focus on practicality. It's understanding the science and being grounded in the science, but knowing how to apply it in a way that really matters and that makes sense to people and that can help make change. And that came through in each of these panels. So make the code relevant to the reader, having your audience in mind. That just doesn't happen at many universities, quite honestly. It doesn't happen enough. In the panel on the blueprints for the Blue Recovery about marine conservation and responsible agriculture, again, some of these same themes came through. Obviously, I happen to be privileged to be on the board of the Monterey Bay Aquarium, get to work with Margaret, and their work on sustainable seafood is unparalleled. But I thought it was interesting about just thinking broader about increasing mangroves in the context of sustainable agriculture, looking at how the land affects what the agriculture results are. And Margaret, I was forgetting the statistics, but it's like way over 50% of the seafood consumed in this country is aquaculture. Is that right? Yes. Yeah. Yes, I mean, it's more like 70% or, yeah. It's just increasingly important that we get aquaculture right for our planet, but also for public health. There's a comment about, it's worth exploring more how meaningful and how they're being done, these biodiversity disclosure requirements. It's really great to have that in the context of energy disclosure and so forth. But another comment that was relevant to a lot of panels was only people reading 100-page reports are grad students. So do Cliff Note versions of your work to make it relevant. The pre-competitive collaboration with the Cheesecake Factory was particularly interesting. But having those conversations prior to getting into a competitive environment seems to make so much more sense. And finding out what the willingness of the consumer is to pay more when you're requiring more costs of producers is so critical, because the market ultimately will speak. In broadening data and impact sustainability for corporate practices, I'm familiar, I went to law school in Oregon. I love Tillamook, spent time in Tillamook, love their cheese, their products, but benchmarking investors and competitors seemed to be really smart. And setting the scope of a study is really important. Looking at the work that was done, looking at the role of data in decision making, such as energy use at Tillamook, the importance of telling a story with the right messengers that came across in a number of panels. Data is important, but you need to be strategic. You need to have the right messengers. You need to be conveying the information in an understandable way, and being humble about it, and not speaking down to people, which unfortunately so many people in our field suffer from. Being curious, you don't have to know it all. A revelation, you don't have to know it all. It's really fine to wing it or figure out what you don't know and ask innocent questions. And improving the return on investment of sustainability is really critical. And then in our last panel on cultivating change, regenerative agriculture for a climate resilient future, amazing work of the White Buffalo Land Trust, so thank you for that. The advantages of intercrop modification, diversity. It's so funny how diversity is so important in nature and in so many aspects of our life, but it's not it hasn't been in agriculture for more than a century. It's great to see diversity applied in so many other ways that actually may make sense to other people who would otherwise not want to hear about diversity. Having compassion and empathy, compensation with stakeholders to make the research more relevant, open source data. We don't know their life at all. They feel so unseen. So farmers listen to other farmers. These are all really, really key lessons that I took away from this session. So let me just say, I've gotten tremendous joy in my career in helping achieve important wins for the environment, but also so much satisfaction and inspiration from engaging with and working with students over the years. I have so much enthusiasm for and confidence in this fellowship program and others like it to bring in new, needed, and committed people into the environmental field from very diverse backgrounds, many of whom are first-generation college students. It's just so amazing to see you in practice. And my wife and I talk about it constantly. When we were 19, 20, 21 years old, we could have never sit on a panel discussion like this and be even a tenth as articulate and thoughtful as you are and have been in past symposiums. But it's you fellows who are here with us today and the future fellows from this cohort that bring fresh new perspectives, willingness to take chances, have the hope and optimism needed to solve urgent and longer-term problems facing our environment and our communities. I've been privileged to work on the ground with champions, with activists, students from communities of color, and indigenous peoples and leaders to learn from them and help them achieve their desired outcomes for the future in various ways over the past 25 years. And symposiums like this enable us to learn about the results of this work and set of experiences and engage with leaders from diverse backgrounds on challenges and opportunities to provide fresh insights for future directions. As the great civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. once observed, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? What are you doing for others? And I think that I know that his term others refers to fellow people, but I also think it can be expanded to include nature and our planet. What are you doing for nature and our planet? You're part of a larger team working on an issue or a cause that you believe in that is bigger than yourself and that is more than just doing something to pass time, to collect a paycheck, and the like. Please stay with that. Give it all you've got. Keep growing, being challenged, learning. From that you will find success and happiness and energy to strive for more. I hope you will continue to seek to thrive in your endeavors for the environment, for our fellow human beings, for our communities, and for yourself. And in closing, I just have one last thought to share because I know I'm standing between you and some food and fun. Get outside, please get outside regularly to experience the wonders, the quietness, the joy, and the awe of nature. It is so vital, especially in these times, for our physical and mental and emotional health, for creativity, for you to be re-inspired for your work. I'll leave you with these words from the poet Sarah Key, which I really like, which seems especially fitting for being on the Gaviota Coast. Sarah wrote, "There is nothing more beautiful than the way the ocean refuses to stop kissing the shoreline. And no matter how many times it tries, it is sent away." So I encourage you to get out regularly to see the ocean seeking to kiss the shoreline, among many other things. Thank you so much. Enjoy the reception and the camaraderie.